Please, let's clap better. Let's do it better. Until they are seated, we are not stopping. Let's do it better. Those up there, please, let's clap. Thank you very much. Please remain seated. Please, let's get seated. Thank you very much, UEW Wing Band. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you clap for yourselves? Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all invited guests, faculty members, students, and all stakeholders around. On behalf of the University of Education, Winneba, Center for African Studies, we warmly welcome you to this distinguished seminar, Students Dialogue with the Chief Justice. My name is Gloria Menu, and together with my colleague,
Kofi Inchaki,
we have the honor of serving you as the Master of Ceremonies for today's program. I thought we deserve a clap for that. We humbly ask that you ensure that your phones are on silent. You don't get distracted, even as we've started this program. And so we ask that you all get involved so that we'll have a smooth and an uninterrupted program. And so we'll begin shortly, and we have the honors of having our official opening.
To begin our program, we invite Henry Sapon Reku to kindly lead us in the opening prayer. Please
let's do it better for him.
With a spirit of unity, kindly join me as we pray. Our most gracious and everlasting Father, we thank you for such a bright day like this. We thank you for protecting our guests, those who have traveled far and near to be present here. We say glory be unto your name. We ask that as you have made today, we know that according to your plans, you have set such a beautiful day. So we commit every activity into thy care. We pray that every knowledge that we need to tap from the facilitators, open our minds, open our hearts, so that we'll be able to receive it. For your word says that where there's no prophetic vision, the people cast off constraint. And blessed are those who keep the law. So I pray that our facilitators guide them and give them the spirit of all trances, so that every knowledge we may need for this successful program we will be able to tap. This and many more we ask Through the Son Jesus we pray. Amen.
God bless you. Please let's all humbly rise, even as we take the national anthem. Let's all clap for them. Thank you very much, UEW Wing Band. Today provides a rare and valuable opportunity for all of us here. Today we have the chance to dialogue about something that is interesting. We have the chance to engage directly with the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. And so we want to do something very special. Before we delve into the main activity, we want to go online. We want to trend. And so let's all grab our smartphones. We want to take a selfie with someone, and you take a picture, you tag it, UEW Distinguished Dialogue. Just take a picture with someone and then you post it on your status or on social media. Quickly, we want to do that. Just grab your smartphone. I said smartphone, oh, I can see a yam over there. Please, smartphone, just take a picture. We want to trend. Heat. So grab a phone, take a picture with someone. Let me take one with my co-MC. Are we all done? Oh, let's clap for ourselves. Our theme for today is justice beyond the courtroom, law, dialogue, and values in building a peaceful and a stable democratic society in Ghana. Our theme today reminds us that justice is not only delivered in courtrooms, but also nurtured through dialogue, leadership, education, and responsible citizenship. Today we are gathered here with faculty members, students, stakeholders, and all other important people, and we will have this enriching dialogue that is going to foster national unity. And so to begin, we are going to introduce some distinguished members in the auditorium, and we will first acknowledge the hosts of this program. With all humility, we want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Maxwell Echampong. We also have the principal, also serving as a principal for College of Distance Education, Professor Frimpong Kechre Duku. Let's acknowledge his presence. Again, we have joining us today the Dean of Faculty of Liberal Studies, Professor Lucy Efe Atom. Let's acknowledge her. Again, we have joining us the Deputy Registrar, who is the representative of the Registrar of the University, We have joining us Steve Van Kamasa. Let's acknowledge his presence. We are also honored to have the acting HOD of Center for African Studies, Professor Shirley Dankwa. Let's acknowledge her. Again, we have joining us Dr. Mrs. Latifa from the Theater Arts. If she's around, let's acknowledge her. Again, we have from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital Administration, Dr. Latifa. Let's acknowledge her. Again, we have Miss Miriam Achab, Justice Akab Wafo's intern. Let's clap for her. We acknowledge all faculty members, lecturers, and other distinguished guests who are joining us today. We have another special person joining us today who goes by the name Dr. Ryan Hubert. Let's acknowledge his presence. With contributions from these special people, they have contributed immensely to the success of this program. We also have another special person in our midst today, and that person is you. I want you to clap for yourself for making it a point to attend today's program. And so quickly, we'll move to the next item on the list, and my co-MC will do that.
Thank you, Miss Gloria. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Madam Florence Banners as she introduced the chairperson for today's seminar. Please, let's welcome Madam.
Oh, let's do it better until she gets here.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and students. It is an honor to introduce our guest speaker for this session, Professor Frimpong Ketre Duku. Professor Duku is a veteran leader in the modern education. Currently, he serves as the principal of College of Distance and E-Learning, CODEL, at the University of Education, Winneba, for a role he has held since October 2023. His journey at UEW began over 20 years ago, since 2003. He has served our university in almost every capacity as an examination officer, head of Department of Graphic Design, and Director of Programs and Innovation. This deep experience has made him an expert in how we teach, how we learn, and how we innovate. With a PhD in arts education and a background in special education, Professor Duke's works defined by two things: creativity and inclusion. He has authored numerous books and articles, but more importantly, he has used this expertise to ensure that education is accessible to everyone through digital platform and flexible learning. As the head of CODEL, he's currently leading the charge to expand higher education across Ghana and beyond. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a very warm welcome for a passionate educator and a true leadership, Professor Frimpong Ketre Duku.
Good morning to us all. Good morning to us all. Thank you very much. We are now live and colored. representative of Chief Justice, let me extend the apology from the Vice Chancellor. He wished he was here himself, but an equal important activity has taken him out of town. He has now asked me to read his address. So I will read the script as written, and whatever is in there belongs to the Vice Chancellor. The voice remains mine. Representative of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Justice of the Superior Courts, members of the management team present, deans, directors, heads of departments, Dr. Ryan Herbert, distinguished guests, the media, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please, this good morning comes from the VC, so I want you to respond louder. Good morning. I don't want him to feel that I took much more of your attention than his. Thank you very much for responding. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to this distinguished academic seminar organized by the University of Education, Winneba, under the theme, Justice Beyond the Courtroom, Law, Dialogue, and Values in Building a Peaceful and Democratic Society in Ghana. Today's gathering represents more than an academic event. It represents a meeting of ideas, responsibility, and national aspiration. Universities exist not merely to transmit knowledge, but to shape the character and conscience of society. When the academy meets the judiciary, it creates a powerful platform for reflection on justice, governance, and the future of our nation. It is therefore with great honor that we welcome the head of the judiciary of the Republic of Ghana, Chief Justice of Ghana, whose leadership of Ghana judiciary continues to strengthen the role of law and constitutional governance in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, justice is often imagined as something that happens within the walls of the courtroom, between lawyers, judges, and litigants. Yet, the truth is far deeper. Justice begins long before a dispute reaches the courts, and is in part extends beyond a judgment delivered from the bench. Justice is present in the values we teach our children, the fairness of our institutions, the respect we show one another, and the dialogue we maintain in times of disagreement. When justice lives within the moral culture of society, conflicts reduce, trust increases, and democracy becomes stronger. This is why the theme of today's seminar is so important. A peaceful and stable democratic society is not sustained by law alone. Laws must be supported by dialogue. Dialogue must be guided by rules, and dialogue must be guided by values, and those values must be nurtured through education and responsible leadership. Ghana has long been recognized as one of Africa's stable democracies. Our constitutional frameworks, our electoral processes, and our institutions have helped us navigate political competition without losing national unity. Central to this achievement has been the credibility and independence of the judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court of Ghana, which serves as the final guardians of our constitution and the protector of the rights of our citizens. But democracy is not a finished project. It is a continuous journey. Each generation must renew its commitment to justice, accountability, dialogue, and national cohesion. Our students that are here today represent that generation. They are future lawyers, educators, peacemakers, community leaders, and mediators. They will inherit a responsibility of sustaining the democratic values that Ghana has carefully built over decades. It is therefore essential that they hear directly from the leaders who shape the institutions of justice in our country. At the University of Education, Winneba, we believe that education must go beyond academic instruction. It must cultivate ethical leadership, critical thinking, and civil responsibility. Our Center for African Studies and Faculty of Social Science Education remains committed to fostering conversation that strengthen governance, promote peace, and deepen democratic values across the continent. Today's seminar forms part of that commitment. We hope that ideas shared here will inspire our students to appreciate the broader meaning of justice, not merely as a legal concept, but a social principle that guides how society resolves conflicts, protects rights, and promotes the common good. To our distinguished guest speaker, we are deeply grateful for accepting our invitation to engage with the university community. Your presence here today is a powerful reminder that relationship between the judiciary and academia is vital in shaping an informed, responsible citizenry. To our students, I encourage you to listen attentively, reflect deeply, and engage respectfully. The insights shared here today may influence how you think about leadership, law, governance, and national development. As the chairman of the seminar, it is my hope that today's dialogue will reinforce an important message. Justice is not only delivered in courtrooms, it is cultivated in classrooms, practiced in the communities, and sustained through the values we uphold as a nation. Let us therefore use this moment to renew our collective commitment to fairness, dialogue, and the rule of law as pillars of Ghana's peaceful democratic future. Once again, I warmly welcome our distinguished guests and thank you all for being part of the important conversation. Thank you.
The relationship between justice and academia is important in informing the citizens of Ghana. That's a very powerful quote from our Vice Chancellor. Humbly, we want to acknowledge the presence of some distinguished guests in our midst today. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. Today we have with us the wife of Dr. Maxwell Echampon, Mrs. Abigail Echampon. Let's acknowledge her. Oh, please do it better. Indeed, behind every successful man, there is a woman. Organizing a program like this is not easy. You check around, Look at the people here. There is a woman supporting Dr. Mrs. We acknowledge your presence here with us so much tonight. Again, we have joining us from the Social Studies Department, Mr. Efriye Bright. Let's acknowledge his presence. Thank you so much for making it here. Again, from the Social Studies Department, we have Miss Barbara Amwa Kisi. Let's acknowledge her presence. Miss Barbara, thank you so much for making it here. This program is proudly sponsored by certain individuals who have volunteered and have dedicated themselves to work so hard for the success of this program. We want to announce that we have Radio Winneba proudly sponsoring us. Let's clap for them. Radio Winneba. Again, we have Kofi's Consult also helping us. Let's acknowledge them. have the UEW wing band. Oh, let's do it better for them. They are doing so well. And we have the Spartan Morale Group. Oh, I thought you would do some things for us. Oh, we saw some heat drama going on when we got here. And then I was very surprised when I spoke with Doc, and he told me that a student's mother actually decided to sponsor this program with water. And so if you see any water here, it was sponsored by that student's mother. I thought you would do it better for that woman. I don't know if that student is here. Maybe you can give me a wave. Hey! You want to take somebody's fans. All right, and so we want to continue with the items on our list today. And so quickly, we want to have the introduction of our course facilitator. And to help us with that, we invite Miss Ruth Amwa. Let's clap for her even as she comes. A very beautiful young lady, doing so well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in the person of Ruth Emua, a geography level 200 student, and I'm here to read the profile of Dr. Maxwell Echampon. Dr. Maxwell Echampon is a distinguished academic researcher and youth development advocate. He currently serves as a lecturer at the Center of African Studies, University of Education, Winneba, Ghana. Dr. Echampon holds a PhD in Migration Studies from the University of Ghana. He also obtained a Master of Science in Criminal Justice from Weber State University, Utah, USA. His academic background further includes a Bachelor of Arts in Criminology, Law, Criminal, and Associate's degree in Legal Studies from the College of Eastern Utah, USA. Throughout his career, Dr. Echampon has contributed significantly to academia through teaching, research, and mentorship. He has supervised numerous undergraduate and postgraduate students in their research work, guiding them towards the successful completion of bachelor's and master's degree. In addition to his academic responsibilities, he serves as the president of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, Security and Research Institute, where he promotes research, conflict resolution mechanisms, and policy-oriented dialogue on security and justice-related issues. Beyond academia, he is deeply committed to youth empowerment. He is the founder and president of Generational Achievers Ghana, a youth-focused organization aimed at motivating and empowering young people to become solution-oriented leaders who contribute positively to society. Dr. Echampon firmly believes that academia should produce individuals capable of identifying societal challenges and developing practical solutions to address them. He is passionate about teaching, mentoring students, and inspiring young people to pursue excellence and meaningful impact. An entrepreneur, educator, and motivational mentor, Dr. Echampon continues to influence lives through his dedication to education, leadership, and social transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, with a hand of applause, please join me in welcoming our distinguished host and lecturer, Dr. Maxwell Echampon.
I love you guys. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected university leaders, honored speakers who are here today, colleagues, and my wonderful students. Good morning. Do I have the house here? Do I have my students here? May contemporary issues in Ghanaian law, may you all rise. When I say may you all rise, it should come with a verb. May you all sit. Contemporary students, may you all rise. Thank you. You may have your seat. Negotiation, are you in the class? May you all rise. Amazing. You may have your seat. Effective parenting, are you in the house? May you all rise. Thank you. That's such an amazing thing. Today's seminar is organized under the theme, as it has been stated already, Justice Beyond the Courtroom, Law, Dialogue, and Values in Building Peaceful and Stable Democratic Society in Ghana. As a lecturer, I'm very much privileged to teach these courses in this university. Contemporary issues in Ghanaian law, effective parenting, and negotiation. I must say that teaching this class has been a deeply rewarding and experience for me. I have truly enjoyed the opportunity to engage with such thoughtful, curious, and committed students. Our classroom discussion has been intellectually stimulating. Many times, the insights and questions that come from you, the students, demonstrate that learning is not simple about receiving knowledge, but also engaging critically with ideas that shape society. This seminar is therefore a continuation of our learning. As I always speak to you, I do not only teach theory in class. We deal with what? We deal with what? Practicality. And today is such a great blessing for us to dialogue with men of great wisdom. When we look closely, we see things that are around us, connected by one central idea: how individuals and community manage conflict, responsibility, and justice in carrying everyday life. For this reading, today's seminar represents something very important. It brings together classroom learning and real-life experiences. A lot of work has been done into this course, weekly assignments, discussions, reflections, and practical exercises. But education is most importantly more powerful when students are able to hear directly from people who are actively shaping society and institutions. And today we are blessed to see some of these people in our midst. Today you will hear from men of great wisdom who are more experienced, individuals who have operated at the highest level of national leadership and professional practices. Their insights will allow us to move from theory to practicals, from what we discuss in class to how justice, dialogue, and leadership actually functions in real life. We can be able to understand the fact that as we move forward, I want to remind my students of every important thing. You do not have to be law students to understand what we are going to discuss today. Law affects every citizen. It influences how we live together, how we resolve disagreement, and how we protect rights, and how we build peaceful community. Whether you become a teacher, a business leader, public servant, parent, or community, justice therefore is not the responsibility of lawyers alone. Justice is the responsibility of all citizens. Through our choices, our dialogue with others, and the value we uphold in the society. As your lecturer, I feel very deeply blessed to have had the opportunity to be your facilitator in class. Your engagement was excellent. Your willingness to do assignment was great. In fact, How many assignments did you guys do? Today will be the end of the assignment. It is my hope that this seminar will enlighten all of you and be able to do amazing things. And my dear distinguished invited guests today, everything done today is done by the students. We are aligning people to practicalize what they learned in class. The decorations, the music, the reading of assignments, the MC, the food that will be prepared were all done by our entrepreneurial students who are doing this in this particular university. We are very grateful for this an amazing spirit that you guys have to move. And because our great men are here today, as much as we are students, we want them to feel the vibes of this university and to understand that we welcome them with the university spirit. And I will share 2 minutes of my time so that our honorable members, if I'm not going to mention any, will get the spirit and descend and send the spirit back to wherever they come from, both to the US and both to the Supreme Court. We would therefore like to invite our great men, the Spartans. Are they here? The Spartans, to give 3 minutes strong morale to our people and to welcome them. And then we proceed with the rest of the time. 3 minutes, Spartan, to welcome our guests, that we have great men of morals in this house. House, are you here? House, are you here? Very well. Please, 3 minutes. Can you hurry, please?
Spartans. 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 Oh, great Spartans, that is our name, forever strong. From sin power, we will never share our moral with anybody. Oh, great Spartans, that is our name, Spartans. Spartans. Forever. Hey. If you don't say, can you join the Spartan to get a one? Okay? Can you support the Spartans? Hallelujah. Let's all move. Let's go. No to make it. No to make it. No to make it. No to make it. Oh, our Father, who art in heaven,
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Our Father, our Father.
Okay. Now all of you should stand and watch it. Everybody stand, stand, stand. Give them to them. Let's go. Let the judges feel you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Forever.
Everybody stand, let's move.
Okay. You ready forever.
Forever, oh Lord.
Already settled. Oh, forever, forever. Already settled. Oh, forever, forever. Oh Lord, already settled. Sing my power, my power, oh my power, my power. There is something, there is something.
Let's just enjoy you. Let's just enjoy you. Oh.
I say, come and see you. Come and see what the Lord has done. Come and see what the
Thank you,
Lord
thank you,
has done.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Come and see what the
Thank you
Lord
very
has
much.
done.
Thank you very much,
Come and
Spartans.
see what the Lord.
Thank you very much, Spartans. Thank you. Thank you very much, Spartans. 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 Thank you. Thank you, we love you, thank you. Okay. Classes of enjoy you, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Spartans. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests, the students wanted to feel back home as students. Thank you very much for making our Supreme Court justices enjoy this particular amazing thing. Now they are welcome on campus. And Dr. Hilbert as well. You are welcome to Ghana, West Africa, to enjoy what we do to make ourselves happy as students. In that note, I want you to be able to understand that this is an amazing opportunity for all of us. Thank you very much, and once again, I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers and guests, and I encourage all our students to listen attentively, reflect deeply, and engage thoughtfully. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Give one more heat. Thank you.
Let's do it much better for Dr. Maxwell Champon. Thank you very much for that refreshing moment. At this juncture, we want to invite the Dean of Liberal Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to introduce Professor Lucy Efe Atom to give us a welcome address.
Thank you very much. Principal of CODEL, Professor Ketre Duku, Representative of the Registrar, Mr. Steve Kamasa, keynote speaker of our distinguished seminar, Justice Kweku Tewia Kabwafu, special invited guests, faculty members and staff present, Our dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor and privilege to warmly welcome you all to this seminar on the theme, Justice Beyond the Courtroom, Law, Dialogue and Values in Building a Peaceful and Stable Democratic Society in Ghana. When we hear the word justice, many people immediately think of judges, lawyers, and courtroom. However, justice goes far beyond these formal institutions. It is reflected in our daily interactions, in the way we treat one another, the values we uphold, and our willingness to resolve differences through dialogue, respect, and mutual understanding. A peaceful and stable democratic society is therefore built not only by laws, but also by citizens who demonstrate fairness, tolerance, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. Ghana has earned global recognition as a peaceful country. Sustaining this peace requires more than strong institutions and legal frameworks. It requires responsible citizens and communities that choose dialogue over conflicts. In other words, justice must be practiced not only in our courts, but also in our homes, schools, workplaces, and public places. For you, our students, who are pursuing courses related to this theme, today's seminar is particularly significant. You represent the next generation of professionals, policymakers, scholars, and leaders who will shape the future of justice, governance, and social harmony in our country. Your understanding of law, dialogue, and values will play a vital role in strengthening peace and democracy that we have in Ghana. This seminar, therefore, provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on how these elements can work together to promote justice beyond the courtroom. I encourage all participants, especially our students, to engage actively in the discussions, ask questions, and share ideas that will enrich our collective learning. Distinguished participants, your presence here today demonstrates your commitment to this important national conversation. I am confident that the insights we will gain will inspire us to contribute meaningfully to building a more peaceful and just society. Once again, I warmly welcome you and wish you all a fruitful and enlightening seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for such a wonderful word. Before we proceed to the next section, please let's take a culture and artistic performance from the Winneba for the UEW Ring Band. Thank you. Please let's welcome them. The UEW Ring Band, please give us a culture and artistic performance. Thank you, UEW Ring Band, for such a wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the first section of today's program, where students share their experience of the course. I call the first person Franklina Edu Obobi. Please give it to her.
Good day, distinguished guests, respected lecturers, honored speakers, fellow students, and all protocol duly observed. It is a great privilege to stand before you today on behalf of the students to share a few experiences and reflections about a class that has truly been unforgettable. When we first walked into the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class, led by Dr. Maxwell Echampo, many of us thought it would be like any university course: lectures, notes, maybe few discussions, and then exams. But very quickly, we realized that this class was something completely different, if you can bear with me. It was not just a class, it was a dialogue, an experience, and for many of us, a journey of personal growth. Sometimes when he asks a question in class and you don't take the microphone, he normally tells you, Jamaica, no, anameboa. If you took this class, you know exactly what I'm talking about. One of the most interesting aspects of the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class was how discussions were encouraged. Sometimes a simple question from the lecturer will turn into a full debate among students. Is it a lie? At times, it felt less like a classroom and more like a round table of young thinkers trying to understand society, law, and governance. It made the learning process easy. However, as much as we enjoy the discussions in the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class, we must also confess something today. The assignments were not our best friends, honestly. Every single week, without fail, there was an assignment waiting patiently for us. At first, we thought maybe it was just warm us up. But as the weeks went on, we realized the assignment had no intentions of slowing down. Dr. Maxwell did not only teach us concepts in contemporary issues in Ghanaian law, he challenged us the way we think, the way we see ourselves, and the way we approach life. One of the most unique aspects of the course was the fact that he introduced us to Dr. Ryan Hilbert's book, Driver's Ed for the Brain. At first, when we heard that we would be reading a book every week and be submitting assignments every single week, I believe many of us asked ourselves this one question: are we really ready for this class? At first, when we heard that it would be reading a book, indeed, when the assignments came every week, faithfully, consistently, and it came without mercy, is it a lie? Some weeks felt like a race against time. Students were reading chapters late into the night, highlighting pages, discussing ideas with friends, and trying to make sense of some of the powerful lessons in the book. At least, at times, it was stressful, very, very stressful. But looking back now, we understood the purpose behind it. Some nights became a combination of research, typing, and group discussions, and the most popular students' phrase for many students, or for some of us, was, have you started your assignment yet? Driver's Ed for the Brain did something special for us in the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class. It taught us how to control our thinking. It helped us understand that our minds are like vehicles, powerful tools that must be directed carefully if we want to reach meaningful destinations in life. He asked every student to get a personal journal, not for class notes, but for something much deeper. In those journals, we were asked to write our goals, reflect on our lives, and record the changes we wanted to see in our lives. For many students, that simple exercise became a very moment of self-discovery. Some of us wrote goals we had never even spelled out before. Others wrote about the kind of people they want to become in the society. That journal quietly became a place where students began to believe in themselves a little more. Dr. Maxwell brought the author of the book, Dr. Ryan J. Hilbert, into our class to speak to us directly. And for many of us, the moment was inspiring. It reminded us that ideas can travel across countries, classrooms, and cultures to shape the lives of students sitting right here in the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class. Today, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Maxwell Echampo. Thank you for believing that students should not only learn information, but also learn how to think, reflect, and grow. Thank you for pushing us beyond our comfort zones, even when the weekly assignments felt overwhelming. To Dr. Hilbert, thank you for writing a book that challenged us, not only our minds, but encouraged us to take responsibilities for our thoughts. And to everyone who has contributed making the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class possible, we are truly grateful. The class may have given us many assignments, many late nights, and many moments of pressure, but it has also given us something far more valuable. Years from now, we may forget some of the stress, but we will never forget the lessons from the contemporary issues in Ghanaian law class that has taught us how to drive our mind towards purpose and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Franklina. Thank you, Franklina. Second to speak is Eugenia Ifia Asamoah. Please let's welcome her.
Our discussions in class has always been interactive. Therefore, I want the speech to also be interactive. Distinguished guests, honored dignitaries present, respected lecturers, and fellow students, I greet you all. I am in the person of Eugenia Efia Asamoah Dakwa, a level 200 student of the economics department from negotiation class. Deem it a great honor to stand before you and speak on behalf of my classmates on our experiences we had during class sessions. If there is one thing we have learned from this class, it is this: when the mind is challenged, growth begins. Our experience in this course has been truly engaging, enlightening, and at times very demanding. But it was exactly that challenge that made the learning meaningful. One of the most unique aspects of the class was the way it was taught. It was not simply a lecture where students sit quietly and take notes. Instead, it became a dialogue, a lively exchange of ideas between the lecturer and student. This environment encouraged us to question, to think critically, and to participate actively in our learning. A central focus of our discussion was negotiation. Negotiation students, are we here? Through this course, we learned that negotiation is not about defeating the other party, but proving that one person is right. Instead, negotiation is about understanding interest, listening carefully, building trust, and working towards solutions that benefit everyone involved. One lesson that truly stayed with us is that sometimes the strongest strategy in negotiation is not speaking more, but listening better. you to respond for the brain. Driver's aid. Driver's aid. This book teaches us a powerful idea. Just as drivers must learn to carefully control and guide a vehicle on the road, we must also learn to guide, discipline, and direct our thinking. Because when our minds are not properly guided, even simple decisions in life can become very difficult journeys to us. However, on behalf of my classmates, I must confess something honestly. Studying this book wasn't easy. There were moments when we stared at the pages and the pages stared back at us. Sometimes the brain we were trying to drive felt like it had run out of fuel. Every single week, we were required to write countless words on official sheets. By the time some of us finished writing, our hands felt like we had just completed a 3-hour examination. Sometimes, when we saw the assignment instruction, the first negotiation we had to do was actually negotiation with our minds to stay calm. But despite the struggle, something remarkable happened. We grew, right? The challenges pushed us to think deeper, read more carefully, and reflect more seriously on the ideas we were learning. We are especially thankful to him for bringing the author himself, Dr. Ryan Hilbert, to share his thoughts and insights about driver's aid for the brain with us. Permit me to say this phrase in Fanti. Dr. Maxwell, Onya Dibia. My dear colleagues in the negotiation class, after everything we went through in this course, the readings, the discussions, the assignment, and those countless ways written on official sheets every single week, if you had another chance, would you still take Dr. Maxwell's course again? And secondly, how did it truly feel writing all those pages every week? I believe the answers may come with mixed emotions, laughter, memories, and perhaps a little pain. But deep down, we all know something very important. Every challenge we face in this class made us stronger thinkers. And so today, Dr. Maxwell Echiampon, we want you to know something. The journey was not always easy, but now we understand that great teachers do not only give information, they stretch minds. Because of this course, our minds have been stretched, sharpened, and strengthened in ways we will never forget. I'm counting 3, and by my 3rd count, I want all of us to shout heat for Dr. Maxwell. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, together. Heat! On behalf of the entire negotiation class, we say thank you for challenging us, believing in us, and helping us become better thinkers. And to Dr. Ryan Hilbert, the author of the driver's aid for the brain, thank you for reminding us through your book that learning to guide our minds may be one of the most important journeys we will ever take. Ladies and gentlemen, education is not always comfort, but it is often in that discomfort that the greatest growth happens. And today, because of this course, our minds are not only fuller, they are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenia. Next to speak is Albert Echampon. Please, Albert Echampon, where are you? Albert Echampon. Please, you have 2 minutes. Please make it brief for us. Albert Echampon. Please, let's give it to him. Albert Echampon.
Thank you very much. morning, distinguished guests, respected lecturers, invited speakers, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. I am a champion Albert, a level 200 student from the Art Education Department, and it's indeed a great honor to stand before you and speak on behalf of my fellow colleagues, students of the effective parenting class. First and foremost, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to our dear lecturer, Dr. Maswale Champon, for his dedication, patience, and passion for teaching. Through his guidance, this course became more than just one another academic subject. It became a meaningful and a transformative learning experience for us all. When many of us first enrolled in the effective parenting class, we thought it would simply be a course about how parents raise children. However, as the semester progressed, we realized that the course went for beyond that. It opened our minds to the importance of family values, communication, discipline, and emotional intelligence. The class was highly engaging and interactive. We encouraged to share ideas, discuss real-life issues, and reflect on the role family plays in building a peaceful and responsible society. Through these discussions, we came to understand that effective parenting is not only about providing basic needs, but also about nurturing characters, guiding behaviors, and building strong moral foundations. Of course, every meaningful academic journey comes with its challenges. The assignments in class were quite demanding and required serious research, deep thinking, and commitment. At times, meeting deadlines was not easy for many of us. However, those assignments help us grow academically and personally. They strengthen our discipline, sharpen our thinking, and help us better understand the responsibilities that come in shaping future generations. Another remarkable aspect of effective parenting class was how it encouraged productivity and empowerment among students of both genders. The course inspired us to think creatively and develop skills that make us productive members to the society. Many students began exploring entrepreneurial skills, ideas, and practical skills. Some of our colleagues started producing and selling food items, whilst others ventured into preparing refreshing juice drinks. And in fact, the juice drinks and the food that will be served today are proudly produced by the students. This shows that the knowledge gained from the effective parenting class is not limited to classroom. It has inspired students to become innovative, hardworking, and self-reliant. Through this course, we have learned that effective parenting is not only about raising children, but also about nurturing responsible, productive, and empowered individuals who can contribute positively to the society. On behalf of our colleagues, we would once again like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Maswale Champon for his mentorship, encouragement, dedication, and shaping of minds. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, education is not only about acquiring knowledge, it is about transformation. Through effective parenting class, we have experienced the transformation, and we believe the lesson we have learned will guide us through our journey. As we move forward in our academic journey, the future careers, we are confident that values and skills we have gained will help us become responsible and create and contributors to building a stronger families and better society. Thank you very much.
Well, let's do it better for all of them. Thank you for sharing your experiences of your courses with us. We really acknowledge your feedback. At this juncture, it is necessary of us to introduce our speaker for this program. And with so much honor, we want to welcome Mary Nariterma Opon to do us the honors. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Please, I'm in the person of Mary Nariterma Opon from the Department of Strategic Communication. And this morning, I'm deeply honored to be given the opportunity to introduce a distinguished guest who is in the person of Dr. Ryan J. Hilbert. Dr. Ryan J. Hilbert, PhD, is a licensed psychologist with over 40 years of experience in mental health, substance abuse treatment, and community resilience. He began his career in 1980 as an alcoholism counselor and earned his doctorate in clinical psychology from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln in 1988. Specializing in alcoholism treatment and rural mental health, his career includes roles as Director of Research at Cherokee Mental Health Institute, Chief Psychologist at BPA Behavioral Health, a Clinical Services Administrator for the Idaho Department of Juvenile Corrections. He has also consulted the correctional programs, tribal communities, and youth services in Idaho. From 2015 to 2021, he taught at Boise State University, and in 2023 to 2024, served as a consultant for the Idaho Youth Ranch. Dr. Halbert created the Community Enhancement Constitute, an online resource library available in 20 languages to support emotional resilience and recovery. In 2024, he received the Idaho Region 5 Mental Health Advocate Award. Since May 2025, he and his wife have been serving as full-time volunteer missionaries in West Africa, where he is the mental health advisor until 2027. Ladies and gentlemen, with the clap offering, help me as I welcome Dr. Ryan J. Hilbert to give us his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege for me to be here with the leaders of Ghana and the future leaders of Ghana. When I retired from being a psychologist, I wanted to be a missionary. I didn't know where I would be a missionary, but I submitted my willingness, and I was called to Africa. I was nervous, but excited. I had a special blessing given to me. In that blessing, it was said that you will love the people and that they will love you. I wasn't nervous anymore. I was happy to come. We love it here and we love you. It's been a privilege to be on your campus for the last few weeks. If the first slide could be shown, I'd appreciate it. I've entitled my remarks, Teaching Freedom and Peace. Next slide, please. Here's your beautiful university, and here's the man who invited me to come. Next slide. And these are some of the students who I loved interacting with. Each person has a gift to share with the world. One of my gifts is to see the strength in people. And when I see the strength, it is humbling and invigorating for me to try to help bring out the strengths in them. Next slide. It's been said that the purpose of education is to help someone with an empty mind have an open mind. I love the word open, and you will hear that several times in my brief remarks today. I would like to ask 4 questions. University students and faculty are rated or graded according to their performance. As a guest lecturer, I would like to invite you to assess what I attempted to teach you. I will ask you 4 questions. I would also like to invite you to imagine you as a teacher or a leader assessing yourself in the future with these same questions. Each question will begin with asking, did I or will you, although the subject matter that I taught may differ from what you teach, I believe these questions will be helpful for each of us. Question number 1. Did I and will you teach by example? It has been said there are 3 ways to teach. Example, example, example. An effective teacher is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. One important way to teach by example is to be a lifetime student, or what I like to call being on an open path to learning. Question number 2. Did I and will you instill hope in the students? I believe that we can learn from all those around us. We can learn from our parents, children, teachers, fellow students, friends, clients. One of my clients years ago taught me a beautiful acronym definition for the word hope. Help open people's eyes. Did I or will you show that there is always hope to learn a new challenging concept, solve a complicated problem, or improve a troubled relationship? Number 3, did I or will you nurture self-discovery? I would like to compare this to a seed gradually opening through a nurturing environment to grow from the inside out. A teaching philosophy which I believe in and try to use is you hear and you forget. You see and you remember. You do and you understand. Becoming fully engaged in what you are learning naturally brings about deeper personal understanding. The final question is, did I or will you promote peace? Did what I teach and how I taught open people's hearts? Whether you are teaching at home, in the classroom, the factory, in the justice system, was I able to bring about greater peace? Plato is credited with saying, "Whom can I teach but my friends?" Next slide, please. Open hearts help open minds. With these 4 questions in mind, I would like to share just a couple of the 1,700 emails you have sent me in the last week or 2. It's been a joy to read through those. We had the opportunity to read, discuss, and share comments from the small book, Driver's Ed for the Brain. As I review these comments with you, please keep in mind the 4 main topics I've mentioned. Did I lead by example? Did I instill hope? Did I help bring about self-discovery? And did I promote peace? For the sake of time, I will not go through all these examples and would ask that the person advance to the next to the last slide. While doing that, I'll find the comment I just received this morning from one of you, a male student. Just the right place, but we won't play it quite yet. This is from a male student. It says, "Dear Elder Hulbert, what I personally learned from the driver's ed is that peace and joy come from learning how to guide our minds wisely. Before studying driver's ed, I was facing some challenges. This semester I am taking 8 courses and 6 of them are reading courses. Reading courses are not my strongest area, so I was very worried about getting bad grades. My fear became so strong that I even called my mother to tell her that I might not be able to achieve the grades they expect from me this semester because of the reading courses. However, after reading the driver's ed, I realized that worrying about future results is not solutions to problems. Instead, I understood that I needed to dedicate and spend more time and effort to those reading courses. I started doing that, and it has helped me a lot. Based on my mid-semester results, I now believe that I can achieve the good grades that at first seemed impossible to reach. I truly believe I would not have been able to change my mindset and improve my situation without the driver's ed." Now I'd like to have the last comment shown. We'll see if it works. The last one of the young woman. The one right before that. See if it will play. Okay, looks like that one won't play. So if we would go to the last comment that was written on the slide. The one before the young woman. I will read that for us. Or perhaps I could get someone else to read. Would one of you be willing to read that for us?
One thing that truly stayed with me from this book is a lesson on the five senses. I used to spend so much time caught up in my thoughts, worrying about tomorrow or regretting things from the past that I hardly noticed the life happening right in front of me. The book helped me understand that my senses are not just for survival, they are a pathway back to peace. Now, when life feels heavy, I take a moment to focus on something real around me. The warmth of the sun, the smell of food cooking, or the feel of cool water on my hands. It brings me back to now. This simple habit has helped me feel more present, more grounded, and less anxious. I'm really thankful for that awareness.
Medase. I hope that my comments will help us to remember in whatever we do to ask ourselves, are we being an example of what we're teaching? Are we promoting hope? Are we helping self-discovery and bringing about greater peace? I express my deep appreciation for the associations I've had here at your university and hope that the things we've shared together will help our individual lives better, and in our individual spheres of influence, people will feel more hope, discover their strengths, and feel greater peace. The cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead stated, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Medase.
A teacher is someone who knows the way and shows the way. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Ryan Hubert, for such a wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the program. At this juncture, we will now have another culture performance from the UEW Ring Band. Please let's welcome them.
So let's give it up for the wing band. They are doing it so well. Thank you very much. Before we get into the highlights of today's seminar, we'll take a poetry recitation from Emmanuel Deku. And so even as he comes, we want to welcome him with a round of applause. Until he gets here, let's not stop clapping. There's a special poetry session for our guest speaker for today.
I asked my dictionary to define greatness, and he said I should wait. I should mention the name Mr. Akabuafo. Obuafo. Obuabu anyama manyama yeye. Okudrunyi. Odi kenten konsudi nchifo bokeshi. Biyina na huofo na nadrin margin bargin. I wanted to think, but my thought said, I'm not fully aware yet. When I was walking, you saw me limping. I'm about to talk about a man who is greatness. Embodying his visage within me, I was feeling too heavy for me. So, I wanted to even walk with a walking stick. But the walking stick decided to break because I cannot walk with this walking stick because the greatness of this man that I'm trying to speak of, the walking stick cannot even bear it. A man whose legal knowledge cut across beyond Africa, cut across beyond the world. We have fathers, but not all fathers give birth. Some fathers give birth to knowledge. Some fathers nurture. Some fathers help others to grow. Some fathers serve as the shoulder that help others to bridge the bridge across Africa, across the world. I wanted to speak lengthy, but my words told me that they would run out of breath, so I should take my time. When I was coming, I drank a lot of water because I needed to let my truth and my tongue feel so much heavy so that I'll be able to carry this kind of greatness that I'm about to speak about and still speaking about. My mouth will not be worthy to speak of this man. So do you know what I did? I went to the gym to gym my tongue and gym my lips and gym my pen in order to be able to speak about this man. Don't be marveled. Sometimes I wish I would put my words into colored pictures so that you will see who I'm about to talk about and still talking about. Wait until he steps on this stage, and I believe by the time you leave here, your mind will never remain the same. You are here to experience greatness. Prepare.
Such a breathtaking performance from Emmanuel Deku. Thank you so much for that amazing one, specially created for our speaker. Now we arrive at the highlights of today's seminar. It is my utmost pleasure to invite Precious Akompe to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker for today's seminar. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests, valued faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. I am Precious Akompe, a communication and media studies student and a member of the parenting class, effective parenting class. I deem this as a great honor to introduce our special guest for today. Justice Kwekuteria Akabuafo is a justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana with global training and extensive professional experience spanning Ghana, the United Kingdom, and Canada. He possesses broad expertise in criminal and civil procedure, administrative law, and human rights, among other areas. He has a solid grasp of contemporary jurisprudential best practices in both public and private international law, including electronic media,
Search and Surveillance Jurisprudence. He is ICT proficient, committed to continuous legal education, and passionate about his judicial work. Justice Akabuafo is a graduate of University of Ghana, where he obtained a Bachelor of Law degree. He also earned the Barrister at Law qualification from the Ghana School of Law and was subsequently enrolled as a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1996. Additionally, he holds a Master of Law degree with a specialization in public international law and a diploma in human rights law from the Eric Castro Institute of International Law and Human Rights at the University of Helsinki, Finland. He further obtained a joint certificate for foreign accreditation from the University of Ottawa, Canada. Justice Akabuafo is licensed to practice law in Ghana by the General Legal Council. He is also a member of the Law Society of Ontario, Canada, where he is licensed as a barrister, solicitor, and notary public. He practiced as a criminal defense and immigration counsel in Toronto for many years before his appointment to the bench as a high court years before his appointment to the bench as a high court judge in Ghana in April 2015. He was elevated to the Court of Appeal in December 2022 and to the High Court, the Supreme Court, in July 2025. He is a member of the Association of Magistrates and Judges of Ghana. In July 2022, he graduated as the overall best student in the Executive Master of Arts in Regional Integration and African Development Program at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. He has earned several training certificates in criminal practices from institutions in Canada and the United States. He has also presented numerous academic papers in Ghana and internationally on topics such as the African Continental Free Area Agreement, the Ghana Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act 2020, pre-trial protocol in civil cases, discovery and inspection of documents, and land administration and ownership in Ghana. In November 2025, Justice Akabuafo was nominated together with an American insolvency judge and a retired UK insolvency judge by the World Bank and Insol International to chair the African Roundtable of Insolvency Law in Cape Town, South Africa. Beyond his judicial duties, he has served on various committees of the Judicial Service. One such committee is the E-Judgment Committee, tasked with digitizing judgments and rulings in Ghana. He is also a member of the Faculty of Judicial Training Institute, Ghana, and a part-time lecturer at the Ghana School of Law, where he teaches the law of evidence and advocacy and legal ethics. Justice Akabuafo is a member of the Assemblies of God Church, Ghana, and worships at the Fountain of Glory Assemblies of God at Spintex Junction in Accra, where he serves as a deacon and president of the men's ministry. He is also a member of the East Legon chapter of the Full Gospel Businessmen Fellowship International. He is married to Miss Kukwa Akabuafo and has 2 children, Pa Kofi and Maud. Esteemed guests, please, with a thunderous round of applause, I would want us all to welcome the Honorable Justice Kweku Sewia Akabuafo.
Good morning. Please take your seat. Take your seats. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. The representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Courtroom Duku, the Assistant Registrar, who is representing the Registrar, members of the University Council, the Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Studies, Professor Lucy Efe Achol, Dr. Maxwell Achampong, Lecturer and Course Coordinator at the Center for African Studies, distinguished members of faculty, students, invited guests, good morning again. I bring you warm greetings from the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, as by law established, His Lordship Justice Paul Bafo Boni. His Lordship regrets that pressing engagement of the judicial service have prevented him from being present in person on this occasion. He has, however, requested that I deliver this lecture on his behalf, and I do so with deep appreciation for the honor which this university has extended to the judiciary. Although I delivered this lecture in representation of the Chief Justice, I wish to make it clear that I bear sole responsibility for the content of the paper I'm about to present. It is, I should say, a particular pleasure for me to be in Winneba, because I spent part of my formative years at Winneba Secondary School. And so returning to this community in the capacity of Justice of the Supreme Court, bearing the message of the Chief Justice, serves as a reminder of how unpredictable and at times generous the course of life can be. I mention this only because one of the themes that runs through this lecture concerns the relationship between where we come from and the obligations we owe to the communities that help shape us. The theme proposed for this lecture is both ambitious and timely: justice beyond the courtroom. The theme invites us to reflect on what occurs when the values that animate the work of judges, lawyers, and courts extend outward into the broader life of the nation. It calls upon us to consider whether justice belongs solely to the courtroom or whether it is instead a quality of civic life that must be cultivated within families, schools, communities, and the habits of democratic citizenship. My answer, which I will develop over the next several minutes, is that the courtroom is an essential institution of a democratic society. However, it is only one among many sites where justice is made real. The deeper work of building a peaceful and stable democracy takes place in the spaces between formal institutions, in the quality of our public dialogue, in the values we instill in our children, and in the willingness of citizens to treat one another with the fairness and dignity that the law demands. But a courtroom is a starting point. Article 125(1) of the 1992 Constitution declares that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary. This is a foundational statement. It tells us that the judiciary does not own justice. Rather, it administers justice on behalf of the people, drawing its authority from the sovereign will of the nation as expressed through the Constitution. The courtroom, in other words, is an instrument of the people's aspiration for a just society. It is where that aspiration takes its most formal and binding shape. This instrument, I submit to you, is working. Across the country, Ghanaians are asserting their rights in growing numbers. High courts, which were once confined to regional capitals, now sit in districts across all 16 regions. The demand for justice is expanding, and the judiciary has responded by growing with it. The court-connected alternative dispute resolution program, which I will discuss in greater detail shortly, now operates through 138 courts nationwide and has facilitated the settlement of over 37,000 cases in the past 2 decades. These are encouraging figures. They reflect a society that is becoming more legally conscious, more willing to seek the formal resolution of its disputes, and more confident in the institutions that the Constitution has established. But they also raise a question that the judiciary alone cannot answer. If the courts are seeing more of society's conflict, is society also building the upstream capacity to prevent those conflicts from arising or to resolve them before they reach the courtroom? The courtroom is where the dispute ends. The question is whether we are paying sufficient attention to where disputes begin. This is what I mean by justice beyond the courtroom. The phrase does not diminish the importance of the court. On the contrary, it recognizes that the court functions best in a society that has invested in the broader conditions of justice, which will include dialogue, education, values, and the habits of peaceful coexistence. I submit to you that a society that depends entirely on its courts for justice is a society that has failed to cultivate these deeper resources. And no court system, however well resourced, can bear that burden alone. The relationship between the law and dialogue is complementary, and it lies at the heart of any functioning democracy. Law provides a framework, the rules, and the final word when parties cannot reach an agreement. Dialogue provides the space for parties to explore their interests, hear one another, and arrive at outcomes that formal adjudication often cannot deliver. These two modes of resolving disagreement are complementary, as I indicated, and a mature democracy draws upon both. Our own constitutional history, that is Ghana, illustrates this point. The 1992 Constitution was itself born out of dialogue. The 258-member Consultative Assembly, drawing representatives from geographic districts and established civic organizations, deliberated on the draft proposals of the Committee of Experts and produced the document that Ghanaians approved in the referendum of 28 April 1992. The process was imperfect, as those who remember, the Ghana Bar Association boycotted it. But its fundamental character was deliberative. That constitution, or the constitution that governs us today, emerged from a structured conversation among Ghanaians about the kind of society we wished to build. The constitution itself also embeds dialogue into the architecture of governance. The Council of State exists as a presidential advisory body, providing counsel that draws on wisdom and experience from across the nation's regions and professional communities. The National House of Chiefs preserves the consultative traditions of chieftaincy institutions within the former constitutional orders. The consultative requirements that attend presidential appointment to the Superior Court, including the appointment of the Chief Justice, ensure that no single authority acts without the benefit of broader deliberation. These are structured commitments to the principle that governance is a conversation and that quality of that conversation matters. Within the judiciary itself, we have recognized that the adversarial system of adjudication, for all of its strength, is not always the best means of delivering justice. Litigation can be slow, it can be costly and difficult to navigate, particularly for citizens from low-income backgrounds. The Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of 2010 was enacted precisely
to address these limitations, providing a comprehensive legal framework for arbitration, mediation, and customary arbitration. The court-connected alternative dispute resolution program, grounded in Section 72 and 73 of the Courts Act 1993, has become what I have elsewhere described as a cornerstone of justice delivery. Through the court-connected ADR, judges refer appropriate cases to trained mediators who work with the parties to reach consensual settlement. This settlement, once formalized as consent judgment, carry the authority of the courts and are not subject to appeal, bringing genuine finality to disputes. The figures speak for themselves. Over 37,000 cases have been settled through the court-connected ADR in the past 2 decades, and many of these cases do not return to court for further disputes or appeals. The High Court Civil Procedure Rules, the High Court Civil Procedure Amendment Rules of 2020 have further integrated mediation referral procedures into the formal court process, making an ADR organic part of the litigation pathway rather than an afterthought. Plans are underway to connect an additional 100 courts to the ADR program, extending its reach into communities that have until now lacked access to these mechanisms. I emphasize the court-connected ADR not merely because it is an institutional achievement of the judiciary, although it is, but it's because it embodies a principle that extends far beyond the courtroom. That principle is this: the most durable resolutions to human conflict are those that the parties themselves have had a hand in shaping. When people participate in the resolution of their own disputes, when they are heard and when they hear the other side, the outcome carries a legitimacy that no externally imposed judgment can fully replicate. This is the logic of dialogue, and it operates in every sphere of life, from the family to the community to the corridors of national governance. It is worth noting that the principle of dialogue in dispute resolution is not novel in Ghana. Long before the enactment of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act 2010, Act 798, many Ghanaian communities, including my beloved town of Insusaiden in the Western region, and my imagined town of Ochimbompito, these communities practice ADR. They were forms of consensual dispute resolution rooted in the understanding that the preservation of relationships is often of greater value than adversarial victory. The customary arbitration provisions in the ADR Act are statutory acknowledgement of what Ghanaian communities have known for generations, that a dispute well resolved strengthens the community, while a dispute that produces only a winner and a loser often leaves both parties diminished. As a justice, I've had occasions where you deliver judgment and both the winner and the loser are not happy because they did not participate in it by way of the final outcome. I do not say this to romanticize customary arbitration process. Some customary practices have perpetuated inequalities, and the law rightly intervenes when fundamental rights are at stake. But the normative insight at the core of our indigenous dispute resolution traditions, the idea that justice and reconciliation are not opposing goals but complementary ones, is an insight that modern legal systems around the world are rediscovering. We should not be in the position of importing what we already possess, because we have it. So let me now turn to a different dimension of justice beyond the courtroom. As a judge, I am bound by certain professional obligations to be impartial, to hear both sides before reaching a decision, what is generally referred to as the audi autorem partem rule. I'm also required to give reasons for my judgment, to treat every person who comes before me with dignity, regardless of their station in life, and to be faithful to the Constitution and the law rather than to personal preferences or popular opinion. These obligations are the foundation of judicial ethics, and they are non-negotiable. But I have come to believe, ladies and gentlemen, that over the course of a career that has taken me from practice in courtrooms in Ghana, then Toronto, Canada, to serving on the bench from the High Court in Accra, to the Court of Appeal, and now at the Supreme Court, that these judicial obligations are expressions of something larger. They are at their core civic values. They describe how any citizen in a democracy should approach disagreement, how any leader should exercise authority, and how any institution should treat people it serves. Consider impartiality. A judge must set aside personal sympathies and decide each case on its merit. But is this not also what we ask of parenting, mediating a dispute between siblings? Is it not what we expect a chief adjudicating a land matter or a family matter at Nana Himfie? Is it not what we expect a teacher grading an examination or a public servant allocating resources? The habit of setting aside one's own interests to do what is fair is a democratic habit, and it is one that every institution, from the family to the state, depends on. So just consider the duty to hear both sides. The principle of audi autorem partem, that no person should be condemned unheard, is a cornerstone of the common law. In the courtroom, it is a procedural requirement. In civic life, it is a discipline. It means resisting the temptation to form conclusions before hearing the full picture. It means creating space for voices that are marginalized or unpopular. It means accepting that one's own perspective, however strongly held, is incomplete without the perspective of those who disagree. Consider the duty to give reasons. A court that decides a matter without explanation forfeits its legitimacy. But so does a government that acts without transparency. So does an employer who terminates without cause. So does a parent who disciplines without explanation. The willingness to account for one's decision, to open them to scrutiny and critique, is a hallmark of authority exercised responsibly. I raise these examples not because I think everyone should behave like a judge. I raise them because the values that sustain the courtroom are the same values that sustain a democracy. Article 35(1) of the Constitution declares that Ghana shall be a democratic state dedicated to the realization of freedom and justice. Freedom and justice are not achieved by court alone. They are achieved when citizens internalize the principle that animate the legal system and practice them in their daily interactions. When we are impartial in our dealings, when we listen before judging, when we give reasons for our decisions, we are doing the work of justice in every space we occupy. This has particular resonance in our present moment. Public discourse in Ghana, as in many democracies around the world, is under strain. The rise of social media has made all of us citizen journalists, and that has expanded the platform for expressions. But it has also created an environment in which accusation often substitute for argument, in which rumor travel faster than facts, and in which the habit of listening before responding is in danger of being lost. The judiciary is not immune to this environment. Judges and judicial decisions are scrutinized, they are criticized, they are lambasted, and sometimes misrepresented in ways that test institutional patience. But the response of the judiciary must always be the same: to act with integrity, to decide on merit, and to let the quality of our work speak for itself. I would encourage the young people in this hall to cultivate these values, because they are habits that we need in a democracy. You are entering a world that will test your capacity for fairness. You are entering a world that will test your patience. You are entering a world that will test your reasoned engagement with those who see things differently from you. The values of the courtroom: impartiality, fair hearing, reasoned decision making, and respect for the dignity of all persons are values that will serve you very well in every profession, in every relationship, and in every act of citizenship that you are engaged in. I am told among the students gathered here today are those studying effective parenting alongside those studying contemporary issues in Ghanaian law and negotiation and dispute resolution. This is a remarkable combination, and I do not think it is accidental. The university, in bringing together these disciplines, recognizes what any thoughtful observer of society already knows: that the quality of justice in a nation is inseparable from the quality of its families and communities. The quality of justice in a nation is inseparable from the quality of its families and communities. The courtroom, as I have said, deals with the consequences of conflict that have already escalated. It deals with marriages that have broken down. It deals with contracts that have been breached. It deals with trusts that have been violated. And it deals with harm that have been inflicted. By the time a matter reaches the court, the damage is done. The court's task is to repair what can be repaired, to allocate responsibility, and to enforce the rights that the law protects. But the question that should concern all of us is what happens before the court becomes necessary. The family is the first institution of justice. It is where a child first encounters the ideas and ideals of fairness, the consequence and responsibility and forgiveness. When a parent resolves a dispute between two children by hearing both sides, that parent is teaching the principle of fair hearing. When a parent enforces consequences consistently and without favoritism, that parent is teaching the rule of law. When a parent forgives a child who has acknowledged wrongdoing, that parent is teaching the possibility of restoration. The idea that relationships can survive breach if parties are willing to engage honestly with what went wrong is an important ideal. These early lessons shape the citizens that our democracy will inherit. A child who grows up in a home where disputes are resolved through force learns that power determines outcome. A child who grows up in a home where grievances are ignored learns that justice is unavailable. A child who grows up in a home where disagreements are resolved through conversation, accountability, and mutual respect learns that dialogue is both possible and effective. The patterns established in the family ripple outward through communities and institutions, and they ultimately determine whether a society's commitment to justice is genuine or merely aspirational. Article 41 of the 1992 Constitution, the foundational law of our nation, outlines the duties of every citizen, including the duty to uphold and defend the Constitution, to respect the rights and freedoms of others, and to cooperate with lawful agencies in the maintenance of law and order. These duties, I submit, are not self-executing. They are learned. And the primary sites of learning are the family, the school, and the community. If we want citizens who understand that their rights exist alongside obligation to others, we must invest in the institutions that teach these lessons. This is where education assumes its critical role. To that extent, this university occupies a unique position in Ghana's educational landscape. You are training teachers who will shape the next generation of Ghanaian citizens. The values that you carry into your classrooms, the habits of fairness, critical thinking, respectful disagreement, and accountability that you model for your students will travel through the life of these students into families, workplaces, and communities across the country. The Judicial Service has recognized this, and it has recognized this through its Justice Clubs initiative, which extends civic and legal literacy programs to schools in several regions. We believe that when young people understand the law and the institutions that protect their rights, they become more effective participants in democracy, not only as potential litigants, but as citizens who contribute to the conditions that reduce the need for litigation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have traced a path from the courtroom to the outside the courtroom. And I've done so through dialogue, through civic values, and through the family and the school. So let me now draw these trends together. I submit to you that a peaceful and stable democratic society is not built by any single institution. It is built by an ecosystem of institutions, practices, and values that reinforce one another. The Constitution provides a framework. The courts enforce the framework. But the framework holds only because citizens and communities invest in the conditions that make it work. Dialogue over confrontation, accountability over impunity, inclusion over marginalization, and the education of each generation in the principles that sustain the whole. Ghana's democratic journey since 1993 has been sustained by this ecosystem. We have held 8 successive general elections under the Fourth Republic, with 4 peaceful transfers of power between opposing political parties. That record is exceptional on any continent, and it belongs not only to the politicians who contested those elections or the institutions that administered them, but to the millions of Ghanaians who choose each day to express their political will through the ballot box rather than through violence and bullets. But records are not guarantees. The moment when our democracy has been tested, election disputes, institutional tensions, public crisis of confidence in the courts and other state institutions have been navigated because enough citizens and enough institutions remain committed to the constitutional order. That commitment is not only renewable, but it is also perishable. It must be actively cultivated in each generation. The Constitution itself recognizes this, and that is why by Article 33(5), it preserves the jurisdiction of the courts to enforce fundamental human rights, even when no specific legislation has been enacted to give effect to international human rights instruments. This is a generous provision, but it depends on a citizen, or it depends on citizenry that knows its rights and willing to claim them. A right that is known cannot be, a right that is not known cannot be exercised. A court that is not approached cannot act. The work of a civic education, of legal literacy, of building public confidence institutions is the work that makes the Constitution promises real and come through. And so I return to the central theme of this lecture: justice beyond the courtroom, law, dialogue, and values in building a peaceful and stable democratic society in Ghana. Justice beyond the courtroom, I submit to you, is not a mere slogan or a mere cliche. It is a description of what a functioning democracy demands. It demands that courts are independent. It demands that courts are competent. It demands that courts are accessible. It demands mechanisms of dialogue, including alternative dispute resolution that provide citizens with meaningful alternatives to litigation. It demands public institutions that embody the values of fairness and accountability. It demands families that nurture children in an environment where justice is practiced, and schools that equip students with the knowledge and habits necessary for democratic citizenship. Above all of this, it demands a culture of constitutionalism, a shared understanding that the rules of the game apply to all, and that the strength of our democracy rests in our collective willingness to abide by those rules, even when doing so is inconvenient. In concluding, let me now take a charge to the next generation, and that is you. And let me address you, students in this hall, directly. You are inheriting a democracy that is so young and still under construction. The Constitution is just over 30 years old. The institutions it established are still maturing, and the culture of constitutionalism that sustains them is still being formed. This is not a cause for despair. It is an invitation to you. The generation that drafted the 1992 Constitution made a wager. They wagered that Ghanaians, given the chance to govern themselves under a framework of shared rules and mutual obligations, would choose dialogue over dictatorship, that they would choose law over force, and that the discipline of democratic participation over the false comfort of authoritarian certainty was better. For over 3 decades, that wager has been vindicated. But it has been vindicated because each generation has renewed its commitment. Your generation faces challenges that were not fully anticipated in 1992. The digital revolution has transformed how information moves, how opinions are formed, and how conflict escalates. Economic pressures and the inequalities they produce test the patience of citizens who are told that democracy would deliver prosperity, but who experience that promise unevenly. The relationship between the state and the citizen is being renegotiated in real time, and the outcome is not predetermined. What I ask of you, ladies and gentlemen, is what the Constitution asks of every citizen: to uphold and to defend the democratic order, to respect the rights and dignity of others, and to contribute to the common good through your work, your families, and your civic participation. Whether you become teachers, whether you become lawyers, whether you become judges, whether you become negotiators, whether you become parents, or all of these at once, you will carry justice beyond the courtroom. Every time you resolve a dispute fairly, every time you listen before you judge, every time you hold yourself and your community to account, And every time you choose dialogue over dominance, you are performing your duties beyond the courtroom. The judiciary will continue to do its part. We will deliver judgments that are fair, that are timely, and that are grounded in law. We will expand access to justice through ADR and the use of technology. We will protect the rights guaranteed by the Constitution and hold all persons, including ourselves, to the standards demanded by the rule of law. But the peace and stability of this republic depends more than what happens in the courtroom. They depend on you. On this note, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor. I want to thank Dr. Achampong. I want to thank the Dean, all the faculty members, and the entire university community for this opportunity on behalf of the Chief Justice. I extend his warmest regards to the students and faculty of this university, and his hope that the conversation we have begun here today will continue in your classrooms, it will continue in your communities, and it will continue in your workplaces, and it will continue in your lives. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
I think His Lordship demands a standing ovation from us with a resounding round of applause. Let's appreciate this keynote address. That was a rich and profound one. Kindly be seated. Thank you very much, His Lordship, for the rich and profound keynote address. In his presentation, a lot of things stood out to me, and I hope you were taking notes. I hope you were taking notes. I heard Doc saying something, and it's likely you have some exams questions from this address. And so should I test you? How old is the Constitution of Ghana? Again? Oh, let's clap for ourselves. When His Lordship was giving his presentation, he said, when young people understand the law, they become active participants of the society. And so we believe that after this seminar, all of us are going out there and will participate in reinforcing justice in our societies. As we were having the program, we had some distinguished guests honoring us. We have joining us Professor Crunchy. Professor Crunchy from the department. He's the Deputy Director for DRID. Please let's acknowledge his presence. Professor Crunchy. We also have joining us Mr. Gilbert Ahimfo from the Political Science Department. Oh, do we have political science students here? Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. At this juncture, we will take a performance again from the Wing Band, even as we transition into the next session, the interactive session of our seminar. And so we will take a performance from the Wing Band. Thank you. Thank you, Wings Band. Thank you for that beautiful performance. Oh, can we do it better for the Wings Band? They are doing so well. And so at this juncture, we will transition into a very interesting session of our seminar today. Up next, we have the interactive session where we have questions from various students from different departments of the university. And so if you have a question, kindly get closer. The media team, we have the questions, and so let's all follow. And so we will invite the Chief Justice of the Republic to kindly take his seat. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. The Chief Justice. Yes, please, the rep of the Chief Justice. Thank you very much. Please, you can be seated. Humbly, I will invite Professor Frimpong Ketchre-Duku, the principal of the university, to humbly join us for this dialogue session. And lastly, I have the honors of inviting Dr. Ryan Hubert to also join the conversation. Thank you. And so this session will feature students with various questions for the set we have right here. And so let's all pay attention. IT will be needing you to have the questions projected for us. And so if the first person is ready, please kindly get closer. You use the podium for us.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm in the person of Eunice Atta from the Department of Communication and Media Studies, strategically from the Department of Strategic Communication. So my question is directed to Dr. Hubert. And my question is, Dr. Hubert, in today's rapidly changing world, where children are excessively exposed to technology, social media, and diverse influence from the world, what practical strategies can parents adopt to guide their children while still allowing them to develop independence and then strategic or critical thinking skills? Thank you.
Thank you. Very important question. Fortunately, I received the questions ahead of time, so I have jotted some notes. Children have a hard time spelling properly. For example, they spell the word love incorrectly. They spell it T-I-M-E, time. Time is so critical, so important in conveying our values to our children. One of the most important ways that we can spend time, instill values, and increase communication is to have family meals together. If you grew up having meals together as a family, you know how critical it is. If you did not, let me share with you. When you have a meal together as a family, you can share things that happened during the day that were pleasant, things that happened that were challenging, express love, give opinions. One of my children, one of my sons, has 3 little boys. And every night at mealtime, they go around and do a game called High, Low, Buffalo. Each one tells something that they really liked about the day. That's their high. Each one tells something they didn't like during the day. That's their low. And their buffalo is something funny that happened. It's so important to laugh together as a family, to share things that are challenging, to share things that are joyful. And it's one of the best ways to instill our values and overcome the challenge of social media. I hope that helps.
Okay, so I'm Priscilla, and my question is directed to Justice Akabuafo. And my question is about, we all know that many of the young people now are more interested and concerned about the future of our democratic institution. But there have become a growing perception among some citizens that political influence is increasing, shaping national affairs, sometimes even touching institutions that are expected to remain neutral. So, my Lord, from your perspective, should the youth of Ghana remain confident that the judiciary will continue to stand as an independent guardian of justice? And what role can young people play in protecting the integrity and credibility of the court under the 1992 Constitution of Ghana? Thank you.
I must say the question carries some directness to it. And I think what I said as my concluding remarks in my main speech seemed to answer that question. Yes, the youth of Ghana must be very confident in the judiciary. I mean, and again, I said something to the effect that we live in a technological age now where it's so clear that rumor goes faster than fact. So that many of the things which seem to have taken away the hope of many youth start off as rumors, they become perceptions. That is not to say many are not true. Some may be true, but I think it is very important that the youth get themselves educated and be willing and ready to participate in the affairs of the nation. The only thing that the judiciary has is the trust of the public. Because unlike the executive that commands the army, the legislature which controls the purse, the only thing we have is the trust of the public. And so the judiciary will continue to do its best to continue to win the trust of Ghanaians. So be confident, be trustworthy of the judiciary, and be committed to understand how it works. Many of the accusations against the judiciary is because we've not taken the time to understand how the judiciary works. So that a judgment which is given is misinterpreted because people have their own ideas. I think just be confident, try to understand the whole architecture of the judiciary, how it works, and I think that we as a nation, or the judiciary as an institution, will fare well and serve our nation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernesta Idenu from the Department of ICT under the Faculty of Science. reading negotiation. My question is to His Lordship, Justice Paul. Ghana has increasingly promoted alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to complement the formal court system. Now, how does negotiation fit within the broader framework of alternative dispute resolution under the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of 2010, Act 798? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I indicated in my presentation, you know that if you look at the ADR Act, negotiation per se is not mentioned as part of it. But we must also understand that when two people decide to negotiate, those two individuals are talking. Okay? And as I indicated again, the best judgment that parties can have is when they have met, they have settled, and they have reached an agreement. And that is through negotiation. There are many reasons why people do not usually want to start with negotiation. It may be a litigation tactic, that let me go to court and that see how I will fare there. But I think negotiation forms part of our law because whether it is customary arbitration or is we are dealing with any other aspect that the ADR Act fashions out, we will ultimately come to a situation where we expect the parties to sit down and to talk. So I think it forms part. It may not be one of the cardinal thresholds or cardinal forms that the Act may mention, but we know customary arbitration and all of those involve negotiation, and so it forms part of it. Okay, and it's an important part of this whole architecture to help resolve many of the matters that confront the court. Thank you very much.
Bright Kwesi Aboyo is my name, level 200 student of political science, and I am reading effective parenting. My question is directed to His Lordship Justice Paul. My Lord, corruption remains a major issue affecting many sectors of society. What role does the judiciary play in ensuring accountability and fairness in corruption-related cases? And how can the courts strengthen public trust in the handling of such sensitive matters? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, as I just said a while ago, the judiciary's greatest asset is the confidence of the public. The idea of corruption in our system is something that everybody ought to be concerned about. But the judiciary, it's not as if the judiciary just sits elsewhere and corruption is something different. Look, judiciary has had its own problem of corruption. We can all remember the 2015 Danas expose that really nearly brought the judiciary to its knees. So I think that once corruption matters come up, if they become subject matter of criminal prosecution, it is not only the judiciary, the Attorney General must prepare its case, bring it to court before the judiciary can deal with it. It takes me back to my earlier comment. When people come to court and they are acquitted, the impression is as if the judges have basically let them go. But it should never be so. Judges deal with matters based on evidence. Every lawyer will tell you that the rule of our game is evidence. So that when we have enough evidence against somebody who is charged, I think the judiciary is willing to deal with it. We now have specialized courts. We've had criminal division of the High Court for many years. The circuit courts deal with criminal charges. So my answer to the question is that the judiciary will continue to play its role, will continue to adjudicate based on matters that are brought before the court. If the evidence is there, I'm not sure any judge will say somebody who is charged should walk free. But the rule of the game is evidence. Thank you very much.
Okay, those who have questions for justices, you take questions 2-2, because some of them answers most of your questions, so that you can have more time to answer to most of your questions. So, is it for Dr. Hubert? Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Erica Tete, a student from the Department of English, effective parenting student. And my question is directly to Dr. Hilbert. Many parents struggle to balance discipline with emotional support. In your experience, what are the most effective ways parents can correct child's behavior while still maintaining strong and loving relationship with their children? Thank you.
It's been said that the main goal of life is to become emotionally mature. And the main goal of parenting is to help children become mature. One of the best ways to win the hearts of children, to help them want to be mature, is to model for them happy adulthood. If adulthood is to be mature, but it's not happy, why do I as a child want to become mature? Does that make sense? One of the best ways to model happy adulthood is for the mother to love the father openly, and for the father to love the mother openly. That instills a sense of comfort, happiness, and makes a child want to become mature and be like their mommy and their daddy. It's important to both have high expectations, but also strong love for our children. They have to know that there are rules that we obey, but also in an environment of tremendous love. That way we can help them understand that we have their best interests at heart to help them become mature and happy. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jonas Atenga, a linguist and English education student of Applied Linguistics Department, Foreign Languages Faculty. My question goes to our most revered Justice of the Supreme Court. My question is, disputes arise in most families, and some of them usually result in divorce and separation. And then child custody becomes a bone of contention. When situations rise like this, and according to the Children's Act of 1998, Act 560, the child's interest is taken into consideration in taking a decision. I want to know, in terms of practice, how does the court determine the best interest of the child in their final verdict? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Katecheba Bright, a free from the Department of Social Studies. My question goes to Justice Aka Boafo. My Lord, in many Ghanaian communities, customary inheritance practices sometimes appear to conflict with statutory laws. How does the judiciary balance the application of customary laws with the statutory provisions when deciding inheritance disputes before the court?
All right, so thank you very much. Let me start off with the one who just left the podium. Customary law is recognized by the Constitution and Article 11 as part of the laws of Ghana. Okay, so it is not a situation that when matters are in court, the court will choose that we want to determine this matter on this customary law and in other matters on statutory law. No. Customary law forms part of our law. But when it comes to distribution of properties, no judge sits anywhere and applies customary law of a particular tribe or culture to determine it. When it comes to distribution of properties by statutory law, PNDC law 111 is the focal point. The court will have to look at the issues at stake, and there are many problems which bring this to bear. So you may have matters in some rural communities who have not come to court. In their mind, they want to resolve the matter by their custom. But when somebody becomes enlightened and comes to court, the matter is not resolved by custom. It's resolved by the law. So customary law forms part of our law. It's recognized by the Constitution. And depending on what the issues are, the court will apply these provisions depending on which custom controls these individuals who are at stake. For example, if somebody decides to go and put up a building on a family land, when that person is not there, even though PNDC law 111 speak of the fact that ordinarily such a property may have to go to surviving spouse, but you put up the house on a family land. So that may become a situation where your statutory rights may not overrule, because the other members of the family may have an interest in it. So yes, customary law forms part of our law. It is recognized by the Constitution. Courts do not resolve matters based on a particular custom of the parties involved. The court may understand and apply it in context of the statutory law. Now to the one who has the question about the interest of the child. Yes, under the Children's Act 1998, the best interest of the child is to be considered when it comes to custody and everything. But we must also recognize that when parties come to court at that stage, both the husband and the wife, the mother and father, they are at crossroads such that they cannot agree. Many family law practitioners will tell you that you become amazed that two people who once professed love for each other now do not even want to see one another. So the court was considering the best interest of the child. If the child is of certain age, the child's input will be considered. But we also must not lose sight of the fact that, especially in instances where you have a custodial parent who may have had an impact on the child, and the child recognizing that this is what I want, the court ought to take that into consideration, but must balance all of the factors before they come to the conclusion that this is the parent who must have custody and liberal access to the other parent. Thank you very much.
I am Samantha Edev from the ICT department, and my question is addressed to Justice Akwa-Boafo. My Lord, Ghana is increasingly positioning itself as an attractive destination for investment. How has the implementation of the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, influenced the development of commercial justice and the efficiency of resolving business disputes in our courts? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Christiana Owusu Abragudapa, a student from ICT department offering contemporary issues. And my question is, negotiation often involves balancing strong advocacy for a client with ethical responsibilities. How should lawyers ensure that negotiation practice remains ethical and consistent with the principle of justice and the rule of law?
Thank you very much. Again, let me take it out from the last person who just left. You see, I mentioned in my speech, I mentioned the court-connected ADR, for example. If any lawyer is involved in such practice, or even negotiation outside the court-connected ADR. And the person is a lawyer. Every lawyer has what we call a fourfold duty. And that fourfold duty, I think, is anchored in Rule 5 of the Legal Profession and Ethical Rules of 2020 LI 2423. So a lawyer knows that he owes a duty to the client, he owes a duty to the court, he owes a duty to the profession, and he owes a duty to the public. And lawyers know that in doing their work, whether negotiation, whether in the courtroom, even your private life, you must strive to be unashamedly ethical. What it means is that under the guise of negotiation, you cannot be unethical. You cannot do things which you know it's not permitted. So lawyers who are involved in negotiation clearly ought to continue to abide by the rules of their profession and therefore do what is right. Their word must carry some weight. A lawyer whose word has no meaning is a lawyer without integrity, and that is a lawyer who has breached the professional rules. On the question of the Companies Act, the Companies Act of 2019 clearly has modernized the legal framework of our companies practice in Ghana. Remember, since 1963, when we had the Companies Code, this act is the new act which clearly has come in to modernize the practice. So I think that the act has maintained the incorporation process, enhanced governance policies. So I think that it's an invitation for foreign investment, because many of the things which we know exist in the developed democracies are the provisions which have been transposed here. We also note that we now have, or we have had commercial courts for years. So you have matters, resolutions which will go strictly to the commercial division. You have judges who are trained based on the Companies Code, the Companies Act, I should say, and other matters like the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act. All of these acts have been implemented to help with investment, and I think that we are doing well by the implementation of these laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Albert Ajato, a student from Social Studies Department, level 400. Please, Justice, I want to ask, what should the citizens or Ghanaians think about the judiciary when High Court or Circuit Court give judgment, and then later the Supreme Court overturn that judgment? I'm saying this in the reference of the judgment from the High Court concerning the MP of Pandai. And then secondly, I want to ask, what do you normally think when, let's say, political parties seem to be happy when you give judgment in the favor of a political party, and then tomorrow you give a judgment against that same political party, and then they seem to be not happy with you? What is your take on that question? Thank you very much.
Please, my name is Clement Akanagaiti, Social Studies Department. During the vetting of the current Chief Justice, 2025, he made mention, he made a statement that in his youthful days, he jailed people 70 years, and he used Atai as an evidence. He jailed Atai 70 years instead of 30 years because he was afraid that if Atai comes out, the first people to attack is his and his family. Now my question is that if he admits that fear for personal safety and can influence the decision to impose a longer prison sentence on people, how does that align with the requirements in the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, particularly Chapter 24, Article 284, which talks about the exercise of conflicts of interest of public office. Chapter 26, Article 296 of the Constitution, which talks about the exercise of discretionary power and the oath of the judiciary oath of Ghana, which requires judges to administer justice without fear and personal consideration. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure I can speak for His Lordship the Chief Justice as to his fear. But I can address your question, or I will address your question based on sentencing. The rules provide for sentencing. I'm not sure that the sentence he imposed was illegal. If it was illegal, it wouldn't have stood. Recently, you all heard about the Agrada thing, what I call the Agrada Gate. See, if you look at that law, the law provides a minimum, but the law provides a maximum, but it does not provide a minimum. The law says the person could be jailed up to 25 years, which means the person could be jailed for 1 day. Okay? So the reality is that you impose sentences based on what we call sentence guidelines. For example, for Atai, you may want to look at, are there aggravating circumstances? At the time, yes, there were so many cases he was involved in. If the person is involved in so many of these cases, I'm not sure you impose the minimum sentence. You take a look at if this person goes in, would he come back a reformed person? So there are guidelines for imposing sentences. I do not think that if you look at Article 296, exercise of discretion comes in. You exercise discretion within the law. You cannot exercise discretion outside the law. So my take is that the sentence which was imposed at the time was not an illegal sentence, and therefore it was within the framework. I mean, he now comes out to tell us that he was afraid that should this man come out early, you come and attack my family. As I said, I cannot speak to that. What I can speak to is that judges administer justice based on the law, based on experience, and based on common sense. So to that extent, that is a comment I can make. Now to our brother who asked the first question. Anytime I hear this, when people criticize court judgment, my question to you is, have you read the judgment? I'm not sure you who came to ask the question, whether you read the decision of the Supreme Court. But always must recognize that our system, our judicial system has the hierarchy of courts. When a high court decides a matter, that is not final. You can go to the Court of Appeal. If you are not happy, you can go to the Supreme Court. Even the Supreme Court by Article 1332, you can go for a review. Okay? So the fact that a high court has decided the matter does not make it final. What you need to know is that that decision by the Supreme Court, it was based on the law, to the extent that by our law, PNDC Law 285 on elections, you file your petition within 21 days after the gazetting of the elections. This petition, we are told, was filed 32 days after. The High Court ought to have seen it. The High Court, the circumstance of it is such that the High Court ignored it. So at the Supreme Court did not deal with the merits of the case. And that is what you need to know. The Supreme Court did not consider whether who won or who lost. Because you must know that jurisdiction of a court is foundational. If a court has no jurisdiction, it cannot deal with the matter. So if the High Court did not have jurisdiction because the suit was filed outside the permissible period of the law, the High Court had no business dealing with the matter. And that is what the Supreme Court corrected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Owusu. My question is directed to Professor Keichiri Duku. What is management's planning to do to ensure that students have the experience of outside education whilst they are still in school without having to wait till they are done to go for masters outside? And also, what is management planning to do for pregnant and nursing mothers? They have to come to class with their pregnancy, they have to come to class, the baby will be crying, and they have to sit with us to write exams. It is devastating. So I would like that management would do something for pregnant and nursing mothers. And also to His Lordship, you stated in your speech, and I quote, "The Constitution provides the framework. The court ensures that the framework satisfies the citizen." Now, my Lordship, I want to find out, why is it that even after this, that you cited in your speech, we still find that people are being delayed the opportunity for fair trial? Because in your conclusion, you said that the Constitution provides fair, timely, and accurate decision. So why is it that at the end of the day, people are still being denied trial, and then issues in court prolonged for a longer period? Article 19, Section 1 says that there should be fair hearing within a reasonable time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are several MOUs that this university has signed with outside institutions, which is managed by Center for Institutional Program, or CIP. And they are supposed to ensure that students have opportunity to, as it were, go for exchange programs. I'm sure some students might have had that opportunity if their department or faculty have that arrangement. So if currently your department does not have that arrangement, then maybe we have to ensure that we encourage as much as possible so many departments to have that arrangement, exchange program for students, so students can have the opportunity. I've been told that pregnancy is not a disease. A lady knows the academic calendar and may decide to get pregnant or may decide not to get pregnant. It's not every lady that goes through difficulty in pregnancy. But when it gets to that point that a lady requires opportunity to deliver without academic stress, we have models and forms of deferment. If it's so close to exams that you believe you can't write exams, you can ask for supplementary paper. So the university will allow you to go home, and when it's time for you to come, you come and write supplementary. But if you feel it's going to require more than one semester, then in that case, the university will require that you defer the program and enroll when you feel you are okay. So we have these policies for individuals, not only pregnant women, any person that has any challenge in terms of any social whatever that he feels, continuing the program may not help him in getting the right grades that he was. The university has provisions for those ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was it Mr. Usu who said? Yeah, I found out that it looks like you UEW students now want to be lawyers, right? That's nice. For our learning, constitutional provisions are not referred to as sections. They are referred to as articles and clauses. So it's Article 19, Clause 1. That is for our learning. Now, the issues about delays or the quote that there is a framework for fairness. I'm not sure the judiciary can shy away the problem of backlog and delays. But I wish to submit that it is not always the doing of the judiciary. I have always said this, and I have some students here, and I say this repeatedly in my class. What contributes to delay in administration of justice? If you ask me, I would say lawyers contribute part of it. Because, let's take Prof. Duko here and Dr. Hubert here. They are both lawyers who are appearing before me. I have read the file before I came to court. I think he has a good case. So I'm ready and giddy to hear his application. Only for my surprise that he shows up and with a very straight face tells the court, "My lord, I've spoken with my friend and we've agreed that we want to come back next month." that stage, there's little I can do. Because believe you me, if I go to ask, why are you not hearing your case? You know what the client, you are the client. You know what you say? Why the judge, does he have some interest in the matter or what? We are the one who have our case. We say we want to come back in a month, then you are complaining. So that contributes to it. I cannot deny the fact that Ghanaians have also now become very understanding of their laws. So lawsuits are filed every day. Just imagine a circuit court or a district court which is calling over 30 cases a day. Do you think there's much that can be done? You cannot do much because of the workload. The judiciary is doing well now. Many courts have been opened. Many people have been appointed to the bench. So the reality is that we are very much aware of constitutional rights of people. If you look at Article 19, yes, trials must be conducted within reasonable time. Unfortunately, in Ghana, we have not determined what is reasonable time. But I can speak to another jurisdiction I have practiced. In Canada, for example, they have something they call a 11B. 11B is delay. So that in a case in Canadian court, which is equivalent of, let's say, our high court, the Supreme Court has determined that such matters should be determined from in criminal cases, from the date of arrest to about the 36th month, which will be how many years? 3 years. If it is not done, and you can apportion the delay to the judiciary, the case may be stayed and it will not proceed to trial, because they take the position that it would have caused prejudice to the accused. Okay? But many things contribute to the delays in our system. The judiciary is part, the lawyers are part, and the parties themselves. The parties, they know they have no case, but they will make sure that they take steps that will always just delay the process. So the judiciary itself, now we have specialized courts. We have judges who are trained to handle these matters. Now, the court-connected ADR has become part of it to help with the resolution. So I recognize the problem, but I can assure you we are taking steps to correct them. Thank you.
Check your answers. If some of your answers have been answered already, you don't repeat the question. Do you understand? So 3 people should come. This is the end of it, so that we can have the time to be able to move. Please. 3 people straight.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, my name is Sylvester Ade from the Political Science Education or Department. My question is shared to the Chief Justice, the representative of the Chief Justice here, Justice Kweku Akwa. Please, I want to ask, looking at our country now, the security agencies is recruiting people in the security. And recently, the Interior Minister, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, came to say that just at the first phase, the space for people who can be recruited were 5,000, but they had 500,000 applicants for that phase alone. And all those applicants, so I believe they bought the application forms. And the application form that they buy, the rest of the people who were not given the opportunity were their forms were, let's say, annulled. So please, I want to ask, isn't it a crime for a ministry or an agency to create more than the space you can occupy? Looking at some cases like, some crimes like ransom and money laundering in the case, they use the aptitude test for the people who want to be recruited. So people applying more than you think you can recruit. Isn't it a crime legally? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Kujuk Salim Al-Hassan, aka Political Messiah, from Political Science Department, also from Northeast region of Ghana, Cherponi. My Lord, the independence of judiciary is cornerstone of Ghana constitutional democracy under the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. My Lord, in the current political and social climate, how does the judiciary maintain its independence while still working within a system where the different arm of government must cooperate? Thank you.
Thank you so much, my Lord. My name is Alex Sam from Political Science Department,
contemporary issues in Ghanaian law student. My Lord, my question is, delays in court proceedings are often raised as a major concern by citizens and legal practitioners. My Lord, from the perspective of the judiciary, what reforms or innovations are currently being implemented as a case backlog and improve the speed of judiciary delivering in Ghanaian's courts? Thank you.
I'm in the person of Emmanuel Akwa, a level 200 political science student and a TESCON assistant secretary. My question is to the Vice Chancellor's representative. As a leader of this academic community, how do you envision universities like ours fostering a culture of dialogue, shared values, and a legal awareness that contributes to a more peaceful society?
Thank you so much. My name is Osman Abdrazak, political science student. My question goes to His Lordship. This current administration, when they are coming to power, they promise to establish, they promise to decentralize the professional law course, which is practicing of law. And then I'm asking whether there's a relationship between the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, and then the executives, so that they can intervene and push them very well, so that they are able to fulfill that promises. Thank you.
All right, so to our first brother, the brother who has a question, who wants to charge the Minister for Interior with fraud. Unfortunately, I can't pinpoint, I'm not sure of the law who says that if you advertise a position and it's more than what you can take, it's fraudulent. I cannot think about that. But it's a very novel question, and it will be very interesting a matter should that come to court. The one who asks about judicial independence, yes. The Ghanaian Constitution, Article 127, makes the judiciary independent. And when you speak of judicial independence, you speak of institutional independence and decisional independence. Institutionally, for example, Article 1273 says that when it comes to financial independence of the judiciary, Parliament cannot override it. But a question, so there are architecture in the Constitution that preserves judicial independence. Based on the institution, you say yes, we are independent. But there's also a problem, because does the judiciary really receive its budget? Does the judiciary receive its budget on time? Now it comes to decisional independence. I can hear some memories, but the question is, we take the position, there's always that perception that, oh, the judiciary is influenced by some other people. The question I ask, my counter question, that we all need to take that self-introspection. We live in a society where people who have matters in court may, for example, ask, oh, judge, what do you mean by you want to go and talk to the judge? If each one of us will be that committed that we want to believe in the process, I can tell you and I can assure you that judges who man our courts are determined and committed to do their work based on the law. To that extent, I would say institutionally, the Constitution preserves the independence of the judiciary. But the same Constitution also encourages interaction between the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. But that should not take away the fact that the institutional framework for the independence of the judiciary is there. The one who asked question about the reformation of legal education, you asked the question whether there is a relationship between the executive and the judiciary. As we speak, the General Legal Council, which is the governing body of lawyers in Ghana, has judges on it. The Chief Justice is the chair of the General Legal Council. So, and the Attorney General is on that. So if that is the basis of the relationship, then yes. But as to whether or not the legal regime can change, I think it's more to do with Parliament than with the judiciary. Thank you.
The question was how the university has made provision to foster dialogue in our system. We have several channels that students can use to negotiate or deal with their issues before you even get to a point that committee must be set up. At the hall level, you have your hall reps that you can report issues to, and they may be able to mediate and see if they can resolve. If not, they can activate it to the hall master until it gets to the Dean of Student Affairs, if that must continue. At the official level, at lectures, you have course reps. So if you have any issue, the course rep may be able to help you solve it. If not, you go to academic counselors, maximum to the HOD, and that one too can go to the Dean of Student Affairs if it cannot be solved at the basic level. If the issue concerns gender, the university has established a gender desk that students can report their cases to, and the university will look through to see how best we can resolve it for. If you are talking about sexual harassment and others, we have a desk for those offices that students can report. So at each point, students are not encouraged to activate legal contests unless we have explored internal channels. So if you look at the student handbook that we have admonished students from going exterior unless we have been able to utilize all resources within. And each of these areas that affects you, even if you were non-re and you have issues outside, you can still activate internal mechanisms so that the university will be able to help you resolve them. At the final resort, if it becomes so critical that the internal mechanism cannot solve, that is when students may be encouraged to resort to court. But so far as I'm concerned, we have been able to use the internal mechanism to resolve issues, because sometimes the issues that happens between students or among students are not issues that are a little life-threatening that we cannot solve here, or unless if it borders on legality. For that one, the university may not be able to serve you. If you threaten to kill somebody, that one becomes a legal issue that the university may not be able to use the internal mechanism, but maybe to activate the legal processes. But if it's something within normal realms that the university can handle, there are channels that we use to handle that one. Thank you very much.
Right, good afternoon. My name is Samuel Isia Ejibosiako from the Political Science Department. So this question is directed to my Lord. I'm speaking on behalf of the men. There is this trend in this country where females concoct stories onto men in criminal cases like defilement and rape without any concrete evidence. How is our court, or how are the courts dealing with such issues? I want to cite an example with regards to a guy who was wrongfully convicted for 7 years for the defilement case he knew nothing of. So I want to ask, how are we addressing this issue in this country? Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Frimpong Samuel Jr. from the Political Science Department, reading contemporary issues in Ghanaian law as a liberal course. Now my question goes to you, my Lord. My Lord, judicial independence is often described as the backbone of the rule of law. In your experience, what practical safeguards exist within the Ghanaian legal system to protect judges from undue influence while performing their constitutional duties? Thank you.
Give you a hand of applause for those people. Thank you. Then that's the last two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's the first question. I'm not sure whether you are talking about a case of Asante vs. the Republic, where a teacher was charged with defilement of a child and ended up spending 13 years in jail. But eventually, I mean, the snapshot of that case was this. He was a teacher in the northern region. This child made a complaint to the parents that the teacher Asante has slept, teacher Eric has slept with her. And from the beginning, it's so clear that if somebody had been more diligent, they would have found the problem, because the doctor who examined the child affirmed in the medical report that the break of her hymen was not new, but it looks like everybody ignored it, and the allegation was that it is that one sexual act which has resulted in the pregnancy. This man was convicted by the High Court. The Court of Appeal affirmed the conviction. At the Supreme Court, for the first time, they ordered for a DNA, because, listen, the whole story is that I've never had sex with anybody. The only person who has had sex with me is this man. So the story was that only one act of sexual intercourse, and that is what led to the pregnancy. But when they ordered for the DNA, it came out that 99.9, the teacher was not the father of the child. So based on that, the Supreme Court acquitted him after spending 13 years. You ask, what can the court do in such a situation? In such a situation, under the Constitution, the Supreme Court ordered for compensation by the state to him. Okay, so he got some compensation. It wasn't that much, but he got some monetary compensation. Now, the person who has made up the issue, I think there is a case for malicious prosecution that will be in the civil law, not criminal. But if the police believe that you made up the story, they can also charge you with basically misinforming the police about facts. If they want to charge you with a criminal offense, they can. Okay? But for the judiciary, you see, what you need to recognize is that our system is the adversarial system. Two parties come before the court for the court to deliberate. The court is not inquisitorial system. So we don't go looking for evidence. You bring your evidence and we decide it. So in that case, the court cannot do anything to the person. The best I can do is to deprecate that behavior. But you, that individual, you may want to take an action in malicious prosecution and get some damages. If the police want to charge, they may charge. Now, issues about judicial independence. Look, a judge who can be removed at any time by the executive is a judge who cannot make decisions impartially. Okay? So, but the Constitution, as I said a while ago, provides judicial independence. So here, what are some of the things that are in place to help? Some of the things which are in place include the fact that no judge can be removed, especially a superior court, without cause. You have to adverse to now famous Article 146. Is there misconduct? Is there infirmity of mind? Is there some incompetence? So there must be basis for a judge to be removed. Okay? We also note that institutionally, there are provisions in the Constitution that have been outlined to show that our independence is there. Having been in the system now for almost 11 years, what I can say is that any judge who is committed to uphold his independence can do so. It comes down to individual decisions as to what they want to do. But institutionally, we are independent, and judges are encouraged to demonstrate their own personal independence. Thank you very much.
Oh, I thought we would do it better. Through this session, I believe that you've gotten an in-depth understanding on issues when it comes to justice, dialogue, and the values in building a peaceful and a democratic society in Ghana. At this session, we want to proceed to presentation of awards. And so before we do that, I'll humbly ask that please you can take your seats. Let's clap for them. You can attest to the fact that it's been such an insightful session. And so without much ado, I will invite Dr. Maxwell Echampong to take charge of the session of presentation of awards.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Are you guys in the house? We need to thank them. They are three, right? Amazing people. Can we give one more hit to Dr. Hilbert? One more hit. Under 50%. Now to Justice His Lordship Akabuafo. One more hit. Let the chairman feel the vibes in the house. One more hit to the chairman. Thank you. It's a time for awards. And I think as students, you are always doing amazing things. The committee has planned a very fantastic awards for our guests who are here. And they have also here to celebrate one great person. Through him, you are also enjoying this seminar because he did a very fantastic job in his life that I feel it has impacted many lives. So without wasting my time, we would like the Winds Band to give us a patriotic song, Who Won, as we honor our people who has made this work an amazing for us. The whole entire committee, extraordinary. The students, thank you very much for all your contributions. You've done a very marvelous work, and today you enjoy the fruit of your own labor, right? Your foods and your drinks are ready. I just love you guys. You are always committed, exhibiting good things within you. Our first award, as the music goes, we want you to hear the patriotic music first before we mention the person's name. And this award, the one going to lead the presentation is my own dean, Professor Lucy Efa Atom. Give her a hand of applause. Prof, can you come and stand here for us? Can't you see the beauty? Give her more hands. Give her more fans. So beautiful. Prof will do the first presentation. So he's going to stand here to award. And the first presentation goes with our own VC, who is not here today. He's actually always trying to be able to give us the helping hand. And I personally am very grateful for him for his support. And always allowing that we bring people on campus to dialogue with students. At that note, we would like to call Professor Kachre Frimpong to represent the VC to take the VC's report. Can you like to read what is there for us? Please bring it here. Let's read what is there and Prof will present it. Good.
Thank you. This plaque is being presented to Professor Stephen Jobson Mutual, Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, in recognition of your visionary leadership and remarkable contributions toward academic innovation, institutional growth, and excellence at the University of Education, Winneba. Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, Center for African Studies, University of Education, Winneba.
Yeah, more vibes, more vibes. The dean will still stand. Dean, you are not going anywhere. Thank you, Professor Kachre, for your amazing job done. The next awards or recognition goes to the Chief Justice Bafuboni, His Lordship, who has made this amazing seminar a possible time and actually electing one of the most wisdom person from the Supreme Court Justice to come and represent him. So we'd like to call Justice Akabuafo to get this award for His Lordship, Justice Bafuboni, and we'll proceed from there. Give a hand of applause, please. We would like her to read the story for us, please.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class, to His Lordship Justice Paul Bafuboni, Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, in recognition of your distinguished leadership in the administration of justice and invaluable contribution to advancing the law, constitutional governance, and judiciary excellence in Ghana.
Round of applause for Justice. Thank you. More round of applause, please. Let's move. Let's go. Let's go. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Justice. Yes, Prof, thank you very much. We now call Professor Duku to also come and do a presentation for us. And this presentation goes to not anybody else, but the one who is here with us today. That is a great Supreme Court Justice, Justice Aka Buafo. With a hand of applause, let's give him a hand of applause. Justice, we have a great thing for you. We are very grateful for your time. Thank you very much for coming all the way from Accra to Winneba. Don't worry about our road. We will fix it. Yes.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, to Justice Kwekuti Akabuafo, Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, in recognition of your distinguished service to the Supreme Court of Ghana and your enduring contribution to strengthening constitutional justice, legal scholarship, and the integrity of the judiciary.
Applause, 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 applause. In fact, add one more detail. One more huge. Thank you. We are very grateful. Another amazing thing. When the committee was selecting people to be able to give an award, and those who has made this amazing seminar possible, you students didn't forget your own, the Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Studies, Professor Lucy Ifa Atom. Prof, please can you come? And we would like the chairman of the place to award our amazing professor for us. At that note, it's great. I love this lady for whatever she does for the faculty. Prof, thank you very much for coming. Would you like to read Prof's message from the students?
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, Center for African Studies, to Professor Lucy Efe Atom, Dean, Faculty of Liberal and Social Studies, in recognition of your exceptional leadership and remarkable contributions towards strengthening the Faculty of Liberal and Social Studies and advancing academic excellence.
Round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Amazing. More hands of applause, please. Yes, we have another award that also goes to one of our speakers, Dr. Ryan Hilbert, the driver's aid. Can you all say it? The driver's aid. Say it. Very good. We have pulled him all the way from the US. He's here with us. So we have something for you from the students and also for the wife. We hope you will take a lot of things home. So go ahead.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, Center for African Studies, to Dr. Ryan and Sister Theresa A. Hilbert, Certified Clinical Psychologist, Demonstration on Effective Parenting, in recognition of your exemplary commitment to family values, effective parenting, and your enduring contribution to humanity through over 4 decades of marriage, mentorship, and service to society.
At this moment, we would like to call the chairman to do this presentation for our speaker. Give him a hand of applause, please. Thank you very much. At this moment, I'm so much grateful for one of the outstanding women in this campus. She's my acting HOD. As we see the Podium Center for African Studies, all these things decorated, and the support given for this seminar to be successful, we can't thank her enough. I think last time you guys saw her here with the committee. She left here around 10 p.m., making sure that we are successful. With my sincere heart and humility, I would like to call Professor Shelley Dankwa to be honored with a great work done. Can you give her a hand of applause, please? Give her a hand of, can I see more claps, please? Thank you very much. In this angle, can we call our Dean to honor our acting HOD for Center for African Studies? Can you give the Dean a hand of applause, please? Prof, thank you very much. We love you. You are amazing.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, Center for African Studies, to Professor Shirley Dankwa, Senior Lecturer, Center for African Studies, in recognition of your outstanding dedication to academic coordination, student development, and your unwavering commitment to advancing excellence within the Center for African Studies.
Thank you very much. And this award will go to a special person, which I'm very much emotional about it. He's called Mr. Kletos Ngazu. Mr. Ngazu is such a very amazing person. It is through him that I came here to this university. He never knew me from anywhere. But when I was looking for an application, moving here and there, I went to his office and he said, "Young man, I'll help you. And I can see that you have a vision. You can make a difference." I want to thank you very much today for that opportunity. And I really love you so much. Can you all stand and then salute him? Stand and salute him. Stand and give a hand of applause, please. More hand of applause. We need leaders like this who will see the youth and give them the opportunity to exercise their God-given talents. I want to assure each one of you that always have the love to give people an opportunity and to build up their life. The life is about giving a chance, not seeing people and judging them by their structure or by anything. Carry that spirit as students. Always be who you are and live the nation forward. I'm so glad. And this special gift will be offered to him by my lovely wife, Abigail, to give the gift to him and to let him know that we love him as a family, and through him, we have made him proud. Can you give him 3 strong hits? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Last one. I will join you, then we'll give you this award. We love you, and we will continue to make you proud in this university. Thank you very much. Justice, please have your seat.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating Class 2026, Center for African Studies, University of Education, Winneba, to Mr. Kletos Ngazo, in recognition of your mentorship, scholarly guidance, and unwavering commitment to nurturing young academics and empowering emerging scholars to excel.
And the last award from the students goes to our own. He's a student, but he has always willing to sacrifice and to volunteer and to follow my footsteps. And this person is nobody like who? Give you one more hit. Please get connected with the lecturers and we will mentor you. Paddy, I love you very much. Thank you for always being here to sacrifice. He's a level 300 student and I just love him. Very honest person, full of integrity, and Paddy is now part of my family because he has demonstrated high esteem of honesty and integrity. Paddy will continue to love you. Thank you for being a very wonderful student. Thank you.
Presented by Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, Effective Parenting and Negotiating class, Center for African Studies, University of Education, Winneba. To Paddy Clifford, student volunteer, in appreciation of your dedicated volunteer service and valuable support in the successful coordination of the distinguished class seminar.
We will call Justice himself. We want to set a history for Paddy. We will call Justice Akabuafo to recognize Paddy with this thing. Let's all honor Paddy. Let's all honor Paddy. Amazing person. Thank you very much, Paddy. We love you. You are blessed today to have a whole justice giving you an award. It's such a blessing. Yes, it's such a blessing. Give him a hand of applause. A whole justice give you an award. You are blessed, Paddy. We love you. Thank you. Hello, my son. I think we have one more award from the students, from a visual arts student, having something for Chief Justice. Please come along with it. And then we would like so our honorable speaker, Justice Bafuboni, to receive this for Justice Bafuboni, His Lordship the Chief Justice, presented by a student. Please do that for us. Show it to the crowd, show it to the crowd, show it to the school students. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. Yes, amazing. Tell her you are privileged to give this award and to hold Justice's hand. So take a picture. This will not come again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very well. Very well. Is that all? We're done. At this moment, yes, we are done with the awards that you students provided. Thank you for your initiative. I love you. And I'm just going to mix you guys. It's my last time teaching you, but we will surely meet. Let's all get connected, and thank you very much.
Before you go, there's a special presentation for you. Okay, and so there's a special presentation from the committee, the planning committee of this distinguished seminar, to Dr. Maxwell Champon. And so, Doc, please kindly stand here. Yes, please. And we'll humbly call Mrs. Abigail Champon to kindly join us. There's a special presentation for you. And so there's a message here, citation of appreciation presented to Dr. Maxwell Champon. Dear Dr. Maxwell Champon, on behalf of the negotiation class, Contemporary Issues in Ghanaian Law, and effective parenting class of 2026. We extend our deepest gratitude for your education and guidance. Your teaching has enriched our academic journey, sharpened our understanding, and inspired us to strive for excellence. Your patience, wisdom, and commitment have left a lasting impact on us as students and future professionals. We are truly honored to have you as our lecturer and mentor. With sincere appreciation, class of 2026. I thought he deserves a clap for this. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much. Before Prof leaves the stage, there's another. Okay. Another citation of appreciation to the student volunteer, Mr. Paddy Clifford. Please, if you are here, kindly come forward. This is from the planning committee. This is for him. Dear Paddy Clifford, we wish to express our heartfelt gratitude for your dedication and support. Your guidance has been instrumental in strengthening our understanding and confidence in our studies. Your patience and commitment have made a lasting impact on our academic journey. We truly value the encouragement and mentorship you continue to provide. The Discourse Circle 2026. Doc, please, you do this presentation for us.
Thank you very much, students, for everything. I would like to dedicate this special award to a very special person in my heart, to my mother, Comfort Atta, who has brought me up and who has made who I am. Unfortunately, I lost my mom just yesterday. But she has given me the strength enough to be here today and to carry on with effective parenting style that I will always make her proud. Mom, I love you, and my students also love you. Thank you very much.
So we truly value your contributions to the success of this seminar. So humbly we will ask that the committee will leave stage for us. God bless you so much. We really appreciate your presence. Soon and very soon we are coming to the end of today's session, but we have special packages for you, so don't leave yet. I have the honor to call upon the principal and also the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Jobson Mucho, Professor Frimpong Ketre Duku, to give us the closing remarks. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, MC. Representative of the Chief Justice, Justice Aka Boafo, the Dean of the Faculty, HOD, senior members present, and all invited guests, students, the media. I do not intend recasting whatever has gone on in the course of the period of this day, but there are issues that we need to highlight because of their importance from each of the presentations that we made. I'll be as snappy as possible. When Dr. Champon had the opportunity to give us his remarks, I picked a sentence from him. Justice is a responsibility of all. And this is embedded in the traditional proverb that suggests that ensakro nswa ade, meaning one hand cannot lift. So we live in a society that we believe justice cannot be entrusted to an individual. We all have to take responsibility in doing that. This anchors on a pronouncement made by Martin Luther some time ago that injustice anywhere affects justice everywhere. So it means that we have to uphold justice and protect it for future unborn. Students had the opportunity to give us interaction of the courses that they have. And this is what I learned from the students. That when the mind is challenged, growth begins. So it means that you are not comfortable when we ask you to just mention your name. Sometimes we want you to tell us the implications of your name, and when we challenge you, your mind grows. To listen and also to think critically. This is what you have deduced or learned from this course. And you have also been disciplined in how you go about your activity. Eda had his opportunity, and he taught us 4 lessons. And that's when you ask that question, you ask as a teacher. And I'm sure as teachers, we all have to learn how to teach by example. We have to instill hope in our students. We have to nurture self-discovery, and we have to promote peace wherever we find ourselves. The representative of the Chief Justice gave us a thought-provoking scenarios, and I'm not surprised as a justice he was quoting from the Constitution. That is their first Bible that they always rely on, because he said it, that every judgment they make, they have to give reason. And the sole reason for the Superior Court justices are the laws of the Ghana, which is the Prime Constitution of 1982. He quoted several articles to support whatever he said. But he said the judiciary alone cannot resolve conflict. And as somebody asked whether there were channels for communications or negotiations within the system. What it means is that within the system, we can attempt to solve or resolve or produce justice. And when it becomes so much overburden on us, or if it's beyond our jurisdiction, then we can now activate their purview. He gave alternative resolution media that we can use if we don't want to go to the legal. And they have what they call the court-mediated ADRs, and he gave us a data indicating that within the 2-day case, they have been able to resolve 37,000 cases. And I'm sure this might have been able to relieve a lot of cases at the court. If you have not had the opportunity of going to the court, then you may not see the need for ADR. But if you have had the opportunity, like I have, from magistrate court to the Supreme Court, then you believe if there were alternatives, perhaps we would not have even ventured going to the court. Because sometimes you can go to the court, sit there almost 3 o'clock, and your case will be adjourned till the next 2 months. So it means you have to be available again to go there. So the alternative, and I'm sure it will be revved up to get it better for all of us. They have rules that guide them as judges, that they have to be impartial, they have to be fair in hearing. They also believe in law, the rule of law. And therefore, before they pronounce anything, of course, the questioning or the interaction that came gave a suggestion that sometimes the citizens do not believe in the judgment that they pronounce. He even alluded to the fact that sometimes when judgment is made, the 2 litigants are not even content with the judgment. But if they were given the opportunity to negotiate or be part in the negotiation, then they would have been okay with the ruling. Now, justice ended by inviting us, the current generation, to ensure that we protect the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution. And I'm sure this is the best way we can do that. If we make the national item our prayer every morning, especially the first verse, that in our own will be protecting. And I'm sure I will begin, and along this line, I want you to continue with me. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation both to defend the cause of freedom and of continue. Every morning, I'm sure if that becomes our prayer, that is what we can do to ensure that when there are any injustice, when there are any perpetration of the abuse of human rights or the Constitution, we will stand as a people to defend. I believe we have learned a lot from this course, and I'm so much amazed. If a course can bring the Chief Justice to UEW, I'm glad it was not a program. Otherwise, I don't know if we got to 400, who we're going to bring here, maybe the president. And this has been very insightful. And I'm sure Justice may perhaps allow us that if you give us one question, in addition to the questions the students themselves have set, at the end of the day, we can give them certificate in law 111. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you very much for your audience. All the best.
As you are clapping for the principal, can you clap for yourself? You showed up here, dressed so well, and you contributed to the success of this program. Soon and very soon, we are bringing this program to an end. We really acknowledge your presence here. Once again, my name is Gloria Menu. I am from the School of Communication and Media Studies, MPhil student, and together with my colleague,
My name is Kofi Inchaki, level 200 ICT Genoa Courtroom, and I'm the founder and leader of Kofi's Consort. Thank you.
okay, and together we have served as your Master of Ceremonies for this distinguished seminar. And so on that note, we welcome Ms. Portia Ajiman as she comes to give us a vote of thanks. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause.
On behalf of the prestigious organization and institution, University of Education, Winneba, it is my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for the enlightening seminar. All glory and honor be to the Most High for the indefinite grace for bestowing on us a serene atmosphere to have this distinguished event. First and foremost, we extend our deepest gratitude to His Lordship, Justice Paul Bafuboni, Chief Justice of the Republic, and to the guest speaker, Justice Kwekuteria Aka Boafo, and also to the Dean, Professor Lucy Atom, and to the Faculty of Liberal Studies, HOD, Dr. Richard A. Ejapon, and Acting Head of the Center for African Studies, Professor Shelley Dankwa, and to Dr. Ryan Hilbert, Certified Professional Psychologist, to Mr. Kletu Ngazu, all distinguished guests present for their guidance, contributions, and support in making this seminar a success. Our deepest gratitude and appreciation also goes to Dr. Maxwell Champon, our host, for facilitating the event so seamlessly, and to the organizing team whose dedication behind the scenes ensured running everything smoothly. Finally, to all participants, thank you for your engagement, questions, and enthusiasm. Your presence has made this seminar truly interactive and meaningful. Once again, thank you to everyone who contributed. May the knowledge and dialogue shared today guide us toward building a peaceful and stable democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Portia Ajiman. And so even as the wing band prepares to give us an interlude, we ask that the committee will come forward. We'll be taking a picture with the justice. And so the wing band, you can start playing. Faculty members will be taking pictures as well as the committee members.
After General Assassini, we all stand and we close. The committee will take pictures with the leaders here, and then only few students, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 line alone, will come and stand here and also take picture with the people, so we can have some history for the class. All of us cannot take pictures with the leaders. Do you understand me? So we do it negotiation class more, that class more, that class more. By justice and the leaders will come over here and we will be around them. I hope you guys understand that. So committee come there first, and after the closing hymn, the closing music, and then the prayer, the pictures will follow. Okay? So, Windman. Can you all stand, please, for us to honor our national message? Okay. Please keep sitting. Please sit. The leaders will leave before all of us will leave, but be there patiently for us before we conclude. Please bring the chairs quickly. Bring the chairs, bring the chairs, bring the chairs. Bring the chairs, bring the chairs, bring the chairs.
بالعالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين
Amen. From the right, we have the acting HOD of the Center of African Studies, Professor